Hello, everybody. Make sure to give us a thumbs up and sub to the channel. Thank you for joining us here on the World Riichi Championship channel. Today we're bringing you the finals of the Sankei Shimbun Cup 2024-2025. The ultimate match here. My name is Tips and Tricks. I am a streamer and commentator of Riichi Mahjong, and I'm joined by It's Me Cairo, first time on the buttons for this channel. How you doing, Cairo?
Hello, yes. I did do the World Reach League Euro final, but yeah, first time with the Sankei Shimbun Cup. And what a time to be here at the top 12 phase of the team battle.
Yeah, this is going to be the last match, essentially. Well, we do have one day tomorrow, but this weekend we're going to determine the winner of the Sankei Shimbun Cup. It's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, and when you say last battle, you're not that far off. It is a one Hanshan shootout. So it's a terrifying time for these players. And
that is terrifying. One game of Mahjong, baby.
But we'll see each of the three tables of all these 12 players getting their games today. I'm looking forward to it, though. Going to be seeing some really aggressive play.
I as well. Hopefully we see some close matches, and we'll see some members struggled a little bit in the individual tournament, and this is their chance to represent their team and win it for them. Some of them did well in the individual tournament, and we'll see if they can keep their hot streak as they move over to the team tournament.
But yes, exactly. Our broadcast day is sponsored by WRC and JPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultimate Rex 3 order tables. WRC, of course, is the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious international Mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years, next to which in July in Tokyo.
Ooh, 2 months.
2 months.
3 months. 2 to 3 months.
It's so
depending
close.
on how you're measuring it, yeah.
But we're not here to talk about WRC.
But I have seen some of my friends, colleagues, rivals get those emails. You have qualified. They're getting ready to go out. It's going to be an exciting time.
Oh, yes.
And good luck to them. Of course, here at the Sankei Shimbun Cup, this is a Japan-centered league. It has the Scepter League in Tokyo and the Orb League for most of Western Japan. So we had 64 teams from Tokyo and another 20 leagues. Yeah, 20 teams in the Orb League.
And yes, only the top 24 made it to this final, and now only 12 remain.
Yeah, we had the playoffs over the last 2 days, and now we have the top 12 today and tomorrow. WRC had a team. Unfortunately, they just missed it. Their group was so close in the whole regular season, and the last match of the season didn't quite go their way. The last session
for making the individual final. She got there with a very nice score, 25th place. But yeah, we're here to watch the 12 teams who have qualified for this top 12 stage. As I was saying, it is a one Hanshan shootout, so you have to not only like have one game, but you've also got to be first place in this game. We had for the top 24, I think top 2 made it through to the next round, but in this one we only have one game, and only one team from each of these 3 tables is going to get through. I think there is a sort of a wildcard slot for the player who is second place and closest to first, but you don't want to be relying on that. You want to be getting that first place.
Right.
So,
yeah, 3 tables and you got to have a 4th player.
Yeah, exactly. I do think it's really interesting though how we had, I think, 3 games for the top 24 and then 1 for top 20 for top 12. It's the pressure's just been ramped up.
Yeah, so I can see a number of veterans here in our player list for the first game. We've got Aoi Yonashiro from SPM as our first dealer, representing Keirinbu. We've got in the south seat Kozue Miyauchi from the JPML for Team Ampai. In the west seat, we've got Mayu Fujikawa for from MU, Mahjong Union, for Team 3 Arrows. And in the north seat, our last dealer, Emi Sugimura from NPM for Free Mahjong Nico Nico.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this. When you've got literally 8 hands potentially to make your presence known, I'm really looking forward to seeing this game. So, I suppose, let's play some Mahjong. Good luck, everybody.
Thumbs up for Mahjong. And we're using the same rules we've used all season. Although the time limit may be extended since, I mean, there really is only one game. Other than that, it's the same Oka of plus 20 for first place and the 2010 placing bonus. So first place gets another 20 on top of the Oka, and then second place gets plus 10, third place minus 10, fourth place minus 20.
I guess at this point the Oka doesn't matter so much because we do need first place to get through to the next round, the final 4. But yeah, exactly. Right. It's still the same. I always get really stressed out in high pressure situations like this when you don't have that much time left. But it looks like everyone's had some pretty lightning fast opening starts here.
Yeah, nobody seems to be 2 away, which is generally that lightning fast standard.
Yes. I think I'm
they're pretty reasonably fast.
I think I'm overvaluing the 2-2-4 there. I think maybe when I first glance I saw a 2-3-4, got excited. Although that triplet of 6 bamboo is very nice to see.
That does make her 2 away right there. I believe that was Miyauchi Sugimura here in the north seat, and Yonashiro here in the east seat. So Yonashiro first, Miyauchi south seat, and then we've got Fujikawa, who we actually saw a lot of in the both individual, I think, and team tournament. We saw a lot of Fujikawa. She was wearing plaid, if I remember correctly. Today going with the black sweater. Some teams have a specific uniform, as you can see. Keirinbu, the cycling and Mahjong newspaper, going with the very sporty Mahjong sports uniform. There's a lot of
we definitely have to talk about Team WRC's sports uniforms, like hockey outfits. Very cool.
As a Canadian, I approve of it. And other teams just letting the players wear whatever's most comfortable to them.
Okay, so we do see that Fujikawa has cut the 9. She's intending to cut a Dora because it's a weaker shape. But either way, 1 away from Tenpai. Right. Would be a bit sad to see.
That the scores have been completely reset.
Yes.
So, over in the previous broadcast, we were unsure whether the scores would be reset or whether some points would carry over, but they are completely reset.
It is
5
all
pairs
about
now
this
here
moment
for,
here.
Right, Miyauchi does not decide to go for 7 pairs.
I think it's honestly fine to keep the 2 pairs. Looks like it needs to be 2 sequences, right? We can add Ipeko, that pure sequence to the hand.
Right. It's interesting Fujikawa is keeping the 8-so Dora. It could be a little dangerous here. She decided to discard the 9-so, so she didn't go for the 7-8-9 way, but still holding on to just a single copy of 8-so. And here Yonashiro also has a copy of 8-so that she also discarded a 9-so from. So both players making a very similar decision, even though they're on opposite ends of the table.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because, like, definitely, especially this stage of the game, you can't give someone a very valuable hand, I guess, is the big thing. Maybe it's all about just trying to control the value. I don't know. It's tricky because if someone gets a really early lead and you need first place, okay, we do see the Dora get played.
Yeah,
but
and it's going to work out for her. We'll see if Fujikawa follows up. No, Fujikawa doesn't, because we can see that Sugimura at the end here can definitely use that 8-so if it stays for too long, and now she can call for it because she has Yakuhai.
And in an ideal world, you get that pure sequence Dora 2, but I wouldn't complain about just getting Tenpai with Dora 2 with the dragons there.
Yeah, it's 3 Hana at least. And considering one of the Dora has already been discarded and she has another one in her hand, seeing the 3rd Dora, at least from her point of view,
probably
would convince her enough to go for it. We'll see if Fujikawa even discards the Dora. I mean, it might end up that Fujikawa doesn't play the hand unless she can get the Dora.
So I do love the commitment to 2-4 Sanchoku for our dealer here, but the draws haven't quite come in. A lot of pairs of the 2s. Things that make that 2-3-4 just a little bit trickier to make. But yeah, 9 is... I guess it's nice to keep a 5-7-9 hidden away, but...
Yeah, slightly useful, but it would not help with the all-insides hand, the Tanyo.
Exactly.
So I think she's keeping all of her Tanyo tiles. And so we see a call here. Finally snapping up that Dora. It's finally released by Fujikawa. Luckily, Sugimura wasn't Tenpai yet. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty big deal in with the, as you mentioned, the close hand, the twin pure double sequence, Ipeko.
Exactly, yeah. But I do like how everyone here is being aggressive. We did see a lot of folding yesterday. But this... Right. Especially when you got Dora 2, you have to push.
Oh, but that looks like a 7 so was drawn. Looks like Sugimura is Tenpai waiting for 6 so.
Yonashiro getting one of the 2-3-4s, but I don't think it's going to be 2-3-4 Sanchoku anymore. Ah, but this is going to be a reach.
Oh,
Reach, Pinfu.
5-8-man, Pinfu and Riichi. Yeah, I can't see the other side of Sugimura's hand because obviously you can see her blouse here, or her shirt, is the frills are blocking the way, but I think she was Tenpai until discarding the 7 so.
Yes, I think so.
Though, to be fair, if she drew like a 4 so or something, she might still be Tenpai here, just with an even better weight. Of course, we can see a lot of 6 so in Miyauchi's hands. Oh, it was a 4 so. I guessed it. So she used it to switch to 3-6. This is a dangerous tile, though. It doesn't deal in. However, it definitely looks like it might have dealt in. I think. Pretty scary tile. But with her 2 Dora in hand and the fact that it's a 1-game showdown, she's just going to go for it.
I definitely respect that. We do see where a lot of the 6s are, unfortunately. You can see 2 of the 3s as well. That doesn't mean that there aren't any tiles left to win on.
Oh, 6, 7, 8. Miyauchi might be able to find Tenpai before this is all said and done.
Yeah, not much time left.
Another dangerous tile. Ooh.
Is there a way I could justify this 7-pin push? I mean, other than the fact we got Dora 2.
Yeah.
No, not really. I was going to say, we see some of the 8s. We see a lot of the 9s and the 8s. But no, that's not good enough. And
Sugimura cannot justify it to herself either.
Well,
this is not Tenpai.
Is Ishan 10.
This is the wrong tile. Yeah.
But we can always call to Tenpai in the last draw, the last round.
I wonder if she'll be willing to do it against the Riichi. Oh, another Dora, the last copy. But it's too little too late here.
And that's
Yonashiro
7.
with the same decision. She's not even Tenpai though.
Yeah,
so
I think it's easy to fault this.
Probably just looking for a safe tile. Finds one in the 2 so.
So we have, in the end, a relatively quiet East 1. And honestly, 3,000 points is almost as much value as the Reach Pinfu would have been on its own, had it been a rock.
Yeah, Fujikawa was able to get away with that late Dora discard. We were worried that it might cost her a lot if Sugimura had made Tenpai, but she did not get there. So Fujikawa was able to Riichi and, in fact, convinced Sugimura to fold on an unsafe tile.
So once again, a quick reminder that this is a 1 Hanchan shootout. This is why you don't see scores on the top bars, because it doesn't matter what your score is going to this moment, it's what you get coming out.
Yeah, you need first place, or if you get second, you need to be as close to first place as you can. 1 second place player of the 3 tables will make it through to the final table. And that is the second place player who had the closest score to the first place. Very similar to the wildcard format that was used in the regular season.
Yeah, except just like really, really squeezed in.
Exactly.
Okay, are we going to see an early call? No. Yeah. I was thinking about maybe you might consider it because there is a reach stick on the table. But no, we're not opening our hand just yet. I think we might see the Green Dragon get called when the 4th one is played.
Yeah, I feel like it's a reasonable call to call even the first one here. But Sugimura thinking otherwise. Her hand
She
is
keeps
not
drawing well, though.
completely made yet. Yeah, and
possibly
Green Dragon
building
is her only pair right now.
That's true. And she does have that potential 3 for 5 Sanchoku, so she's got the value there.
Yeah.
Especially with the 3-pin being Dora.
Yonashiro also right after Sugimura here is also coming up with some value. A half flush hand that she's going all in for. She's no longer the dealer, so it's not as valuable, but still, if she can get a closed hand here, that could really turn the tide of the game for her. You can say Fujikawa got the first strike, but it wasn't a real win. It was just no 10 payments, so it wasn't worth that much.
Exactly. Although, having said that, you never know. That 3,000 points could be what decides it.
Right, at the very end.
We have seen so many games come to Tenpai payments. Okay.
And,
I guess
Miyauchi does not like the 5, 6, 7, 8 pin shape there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was really cheering for Sugimura's Sanchoku, but we did draw the 6 of bamboo there, which does rule that out just a little bit for now. Maybe there's a chance to draw an upgrade, but that is Ishanten, I believe. Not a good one, though.
If Sugimura calls a green dragon, she'll be in Tenpai. It won't be worth much, but we'll see if Yonashiro ever discards it or not.
Yeah, once cut dragons are not always the safest
Big
tiles in the
Tenpai.
world.
Big reach! Suji trap!
We always
Of course.
do not trust the Suji tile or the reach here. But, and also the big thing is if it deals in, it's going to be Itsu as well. We are going to see a fold here.
Especially if it's a 3 or a 7 pin. Those are both extremely dangerous Suji tiles, and it's going to be big here.
That is Tenpai for the dealer, but I think it's Ipeko only, needing the 3-so. I honestly respect just being Tenpai is worth it, because sometimes you could just take the win away from someone else. There's 2 reach sticks on the table, you don't need value. But the reach does come out, putting in all her faith in that.
Interesting reach. The swapping reach, Karagiri, when you draw a tile, a copy of a tile that you have in your hand, and you discard the tile in your hand to make other players think you're changing your hand.
But yeah, unfortunately, she does deal in to that Itsu reach. Dora 1. Did we see a flip? I don't think. No, it's the 5 of bamboo.
Now Fujikawa is really ahead. That's some big points. 8,300. So 8,000 for the manga and 300 for the repeat, and then 3 Riichi sticks. To be fair, 2 of them were her own, but she still didn't have them at the time. She had to get them back.
Exactly.
Puts her head by over 13,000 to each other players, and in this format,
really bad.
First place really matters more than everything else. So it's not even like Sugimura and Yonashiro, sort of like in the previous formats, how they can just fight for second place. No, basically all of them have to be fighting for first place here.
Yeah, especially considering if first is that far ahead, getting a 24,000 point second is not going to get you to the next round. It's not going to get you to the final.
Yep.
A very interesting Chanta developing here, though. A rare hand. So we don't go for anywhere near enough, but...
Yeah, so many times the opening hand looks like Chanta, and then you draw 2 or 3 tiles, and all of a sudden you don't want to do Chanta anymore.
That's fair.
Fujikawa with double East, though, that's going to give her a chance to just rock it out ahead even more. But if Sugimura can draw the right tiles here, she might also have an amazing hand. Yonashiro's, her draws are pushing her towards Chanta, though, unlike what I had mentioned. So she, especially if she gets closed Chanta, could have a comeback hand here.
Yeah, but you probably would want to make it close, but I think there was like a 1-2 and it completed 7-8-9. I'm just like, yeah, I really want this hand to be Chanta. Obviously, Mahjong is a game about wanting things and being disappointed sometimes, but when you see it, you have to at least try it. Oh, and there we go. You do see a 4.
Yeah, the wrong side. Does make her 1 away from Tenpai, though.
I think you still keep it, absolutely.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
What do you cut? You can't cut Dora, so the 1-2. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, 2 players here with a Dora each. It's going to slow each other down a little bit, but then the first person to draw a pair is going to make a huge amount of advantage here, and that is a really, really important draw there. That overlap between 1, 2, and 4, 5. Both relied on the 3, and now we've got one of them. That's so much better for her. You know what? Doesn't have to be Chanta. It could be 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku instead.
Could we see the triple, the mixed triple sequence?
A huge hand yesterday was won by Sanshoku.
Yeah, no pair yet for Sugimura.
Yeah, do you think about Itsu there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8? No, that
doesn't feel right to me. Are we going to see Dora finally being released? Still no, though.
I was thinking maybe at that point you might consider 7 pairs. If you're going to use a Dora no matter what. It's slow, but at least it means you never have to cut the green dragon.
Right.
Oh, we do see the 1 drawn.
This is a huge draw.
Potentially just adding
Dora
2
is
hands.
Still sitting there, though. The Dora is scarily sitting there in her hand. She's really hoping she can draw a pair of Dora, so her hand can be worth so much more.
That is Tenpai. We are going to see a reach. 1-4 is the weight. For Riichi only.
Not pulling much value out of that hand, but maybe Urodora will change that.
Yeah, you never know.
And of course, Yonashiro's got to be super scared about discarding Dora now, but considering it's a first place, it's almost completely winner take all. She might have to discard it with such a good hand.
Yeah, I do expect players to be just a little bit more aggressive than usual. Unless they're in the lead, in which case we'll see. But yeah, from my count, I think there's 2 of the 1s and 1 of the 4s remaining. So it's a 3 tile weight.
This is a very difficult spot because now you have a dangerous tile, and then you also have Dora, which is another danger. Anytime you have to push 2 dangerous tiles to get to Tenpai, players really think about it a lot. And in fact, Yonashiro, even with the big value of her hand starting to fold,
I think
at least she'll turn around if she gets the Dora.
Yeah, I think it's a really good hedge, because if you do draw Dora 2, suddenly maybe you feel a bit more brave. But yeah.
Right. And Sugimura doesn't really have much here.
The 6 of characters there does complete a shape, but we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
That 5 of characters. 5 months.
We do see the 3rd green dragon, but it isn't a player who has already decided that this hand is over for them. So she's out completely. And yeah, as you were saying, the more dangerous tiles we draw, the red dragon is almost as bad as the Dora right now.
Yeah, and even though South is not everyone's wind, it is the wind of the Riichi player. So South is also a little bit more dangerous than usual. She did discard it, though. So Yonashiro is still willing to play the hand. She just needs to be convinced by drawing a Dora.
But we do eventually see that 1 pin. And the error is not hit this time. So, Riichi only.
Yeah, Sugimura does stop Fujikawa's dealer, so that prevents her from completely running away with it in the East round.
It brings the gap
and now
to...
1?
Okay, slightly more than 10,000, but 10,000 is always the number you want to think about, right? That's a Mangan Sumo when they're non-dealer.
Yep. And because she's dealer right now, any Mangan for her would put her in first.
That's definitely true. As we move on to East 4. And this is an interesting start. A lot of... Okay, well, maybe just the two...
Could we see Sancho Kudoko with all the ones?
The legendary hand? It's possible. It's not possible.
The triple triplets. Oh, there they are.
I was excited for a second there. Then we saw the remaining 2 1-mans. But
It
there's
might be
definitely the
possible
chance.
if Yonoshiro is willing to discard them, but not anymore.
Yeah. Honestly, Yonoshiro already one away from Tenpai, so we might see the one of the one mans come out. But
yeah, but
if we do,
has already given up on it.
Yeah.
The rest of her hand looks a little bit better than that floating 1-1.
Yeah, exactly. We joke about hands like Sanshoku Doko, but they don't happen very often, and for good reason.
If it was worth more Han, maybe you'd see it more, but only 2 Han, not that great of a reward for such a difficult hand.
Yes, exactly. A really nice upgrade for Yonoshiro. Still not quite Tenpai yet, but any bit extra acceptance is going to be very, very welcome. She does have that pair of East.
9-mon. She really likes the 9-mon here a lot.
Yeah, I think she's hedging Itsu, which I think is quite interesting. Because you can hedge Itsu, but you can also potentially fold the 9-mon if you feel.
I think the 9-mon is also useful, so she can make 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and use the 3s as a pair if she does get that north pair. Since she's sitting in the north seat right now. Well, she has a pair of 3-pin here as well, so maybe you're right. Maybe the straight is what she's looking for the most.
Either way, some very lucky draws going to have to happen, considering we know where most of the one of characters are, unfortunately.
Oh, that is not another north. It is a green dragon. It gets discarded. Triple 1s and triple 2s for Sugimura.
Alright, well.
One away.
One away. And a very wide one away too. Ideally we pair up one of the 5s or 7s there. But we'll see.
Oh, how come the East's one away?
Adding Pinfu. Why not?
Right.
If the tiles are nice enough to just give you Pinfu for free.
And we wait for our players to find meaningful draws, and we don't have to wait long. Close Tenpai, no Riichi. Suppose the Dora is enough value for Miyauchi. She's just going to try and sneak this one by her opponents here.
And it
does work out.
That little look of biting your lips, it's like a ha.
Close Mangan, Dama Mangan.
And that puts Sugimura on the back burner for now. She can always come back. We have an entire South round to go.
That's right.
But Fujikawa still with that lead. If she manages to end the game right here, she's through to the finals. Or the final 4. In this kind of terrifying one Hanchan format.
Very terrifying. Ooh.
To get into South round, like anyone can still win this, obviously, because anything you lose in the East round, you can get back in the South round, and the gap's really only 16k between first and last, but it's okay, 18k, but still, it's
how comes the first tile
tricky. Yeah, I'm liking that again. I always look for Sanshoku, but I see 2, 3, 4 there. It's gotta happen at some point. Someone's gonna win it. We managed to see an amazing one yesterday, but we'll see. Can they recreate their luck from the last round?
Triple 4-mon for Fujikawa.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where you
at 2 away.
Definitely don't want to keep the potential sequence hidden inside that pair because we've got way too many pairs in that hand. So it's one of those situations where the 3 does go.
Right.
I think I learned that one from you, in fact, in a previous stream of this. You can back when it was called the Yukan Fuji Cup, but yes.
Right.
But we do have a potential 7 pairs hand here.
She is in the north seat, so she could even call for all triplets, the Toy Toy. But we'll see which route she takes, because she's on 5 pairs.
Yeah, it's always a tricky situation. I like to go 7 pairs, but I know some people, that's Tenpai.
Tenpai! Guess it's not too tricky anymore.
Choosing to
wait
on
for
the East.
not 9-mon.
It is a south round, so east is an interesting choice.
That's right. Less viable since it's not anyone's value wind. Well, exactly. It's only the dealer's value wind.
But she isn't the dealer, so that's something to keep in mind.
Right.
Either way, though, it is still live, so we'll see what people decide to do.
Has a tough decision. This is her last dealer turn, but her hand is not close to Tenpai, and someone's already reached.
And the other issue is, we do see 2 of the Easts right there.
Yeah.
It looks like we're seeing another 7 pairs switch. If you're going to be defensive and you're going to change your tactics, I think 7 pairs is not a bad hand to defend with.
Yes.
Because oftentimes you have pairs of safe tiles. The East comes out though! She had 3 of them.
Yeah, she had so many. She just thought, it's got to be safe. And the points go right back.
It's always frustrating sometimes when you're playing Mahjong and you see 3 of a tile, and someone else has the very last one and they're waiting on it.
Yeah, I can see Yonashiro smiling a bit at what happened there, even though she wasn't involved at all. She did lose her dealer turn, so that's gotta sting a little bit.
Yes, as we move on to South 2. You
can see the Ampai logo there, just above what almost looks like a pilot's crest for their uniform.
Very, very smart. Very smart uniform. Get the brand in, though. It's important.
Yeah.
Especially when we're going to be in the top 12 phase of a big event like this.
Exactly. This puts Sugimura back ahead of Miyauchi. This is a very odd start for Sugimura, though, as you mentioned. Yeah. Hard to do anything with it.
Sometimes you just hope you draw more dragons and maybe get a triplet or 2. It's probably too much to ask for 3, and in fact we see that there's a pair of the white dragon right here. But maybe you could get 1 or 2 if you're lucky.
We'll see. It looks like Sugimura might not be giving up her honor tiles so easily. It looks like she's moving towards 13 orphans here. It's going to be unfortunate for Yonashiro. It's going to be unfortunate for Fujikawa, who both have a pair of dragons they'd like to call and move forward with. This actually leaves the door wide open for Miyauchi, who's just playing a middle hand here. And so she doesn't need any of those honor or terminal tiles that Sugimura is holding on to. An interesting draw for Yonashiro.
Yeah, I wonder what I would do in a situation like that.
Oh, huge draw for Miyauchi, and she keeps moving forward.
1 away, although probably going to be stuck on a 6-9 pair weight there in those pin tiles. But 1 away is 1 away, and there's not a lot to complain about that. Okay.
Another pair.
Now add all symbols.
Yeah, fully all symbols, fully Tanya. Wonder if she'll call. She's the dealer, but it really cheapens her hand.
Much so respect.
Draw.
Okay.
That's a Dora. Maybe that means she will be more willing to call. A little value added to the hand, even if it's open. Another 6.
Not today.
No use here.
Yeah, this is really a bit of an awkward situation. We are going to see the author's attempt break for a potential half flush instead, which could mean we might finally start seeing some of these honor tiles get discarded.
Yeah. The other option for Sugimura is like a 7 pairs, because she has pulled a number of pairs in her hand now.
That's very true.
Only 3, but these are all tiles that can often pair up. Maybe both. The legendary, it's been very memified, I would say, Menhon Chitoitsu. The closed half flush with the 7 pairs on top. It looks like Miyauchi might have been able to be 7 pairs Tenpai now, but very hard to read that hand at 7 pairs with all the runs in it. Oh, pair 4!
Okay, wow. Is the dream real? Could it happen? Either way, we do see
pair 5 from Miyauchi. and she's able to use it while keeping her runs because she just shifted her 6-7-8 down to 5-6-7.
Exactly, yes. So even if it's not necessarily going to be 7 pairs, it can still be a pure number sequence, perhaps, for almost as much value. In fact, maybe more, depending on what other Yaku we've got attached to it.
Right, Yonashiro looks like she could make 5-6-7 Sanshoku, and it's not even going to keep the 9-mon.
Yeah, if that was the state of the hand at the very start, I would be very excited about Sanshoku. But we're at the end of row 2 now, and it's still just so far away.
The question is, who really has the hand here?
That is Tenpai, though.
Players tell?
For Riichi, Pinfu, all simples, all inside. Waiting on 2-5 of characters. Oh, and I didn't mention Adora as well.
Not waiting for the double sequence, not waiting for the twice double sequence. Both possibilities there, but Miyuchi as the dealer is going to take the fastest route.
And that reach has caused everyone else to fold.
Yeah, she has 1 Dora already. Oh, looks like she might have had the the double sequence there, but for the pure double sequence, the twice pure double sequence, she would have had to discard the 3-mon Dora, so pretty sure that's the reason why she didn't hold on for that. I mean, even if it wasn't Dora, you might still just want to go fast.
Speaking of the Dora, though, we do have decisions to be made here, with 2 Dora in a hand and a closed triplet of the White Dragon.
Yeah, she's also in first place, so it's even a harder decision whether she really wants to push.
Yeah,
the other players have to be aiming for first, and she's not going to.
Oh, sorry, I take it back.
She's going to.
Her hand was covering the time she drew. I assumed it was
her hand. Yep.
Okay,
5-6-7, 1 away.
I will say I didn't have much faith in that, but we are seeing it get drawn.
Yonashiro might be convinced. Fujikawa's drawing some tiles that might convince her as well.
Yeah, just sneaking right back into Tenpai. I love being able to fold in and just get lucky and draw a Tenpai again. It's always nice to see. But that 2-man right there is very dangerous. And it is going to spell the end for Yonashiro's push here. She'll get rewarded for it. Oh, huge sumo.
Muradora! Dealer Mangan, I think. Possibly Hanemon, but I think it's just... Oh, no, she had the regular door. That might be Hanemon.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Reach, Sumo, Tanya, Pinfu, 2 Dora. Hanemon.
Just goes to show that you can always come back. 19,000 points, you can get it.
And the Riichi pays off for her. Both Sumo and Uradora showing up to add 2 more Han to her score. Getting her up to the Hanemon. In fact, that was a Sumo Pinfu, so without Riichi, it wouldn't have even been Mangan. It would have been that 20 Fu 4 Han type hand. Yeah, so exactly. A huge boost there from calling Riichi instead of looking for the other Yaku.
I mean, we do call it Riichi Mahjong for a reason.
Good call from Miyauchi there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I obviously see the instant Itsu from Fujikawa. Just missing, I believe, the 7 of bamboo there. Which I would be pretty happy about. Hoping to push that just a little bit. We do see as the Dora, though.
Yeah, Fujikawa can pick up her own Mangan here. She'll be back on top. And even if she doesn't make first, she'll have a very good case for the wild card. Yonashiro and Sugimura have to do something drastic. Sugimura still has a dealer turn, so she's a little bit less under pressure, but still a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I was talking about Itsu. I don't think it's going to happen anymore with the pairs of 8 and 9 of bamboo there, but...
I mean, Fujikawa could pull a 9 gates or something.
You never know. Anything is possible, especially in the end stages of tournaments.
Yeah, you
There's
see
always
how
this
close
weird
she
atmosphere,
is.
right?
She's 2 tiles away from 9 gates right now. A lot of these 7s so are in other players' hands, but there's still 2 left in the wall for her. She's organized her hand a little bit differently than typical in order to make her calls look a little less obvious. I think this allows her to pawn 1 or 9 very easily without making too much of a fuss inside her hand to give away what her hand looks like.
Yeah, the tricky tactic of just, don't get excited when you get the chance to call. Just I'm going to take that, thanks.
A lot of options here for Yonashiro. There's the mixed triple sequence. There's the Dora acceptance. So she does give up on Dora acceptance. Keeping the full straight, the Itsu, and the mixed triple sequence. Pawn is called, so no 9 gates here.
I still think that's perfectly fine. A full flash for Mangan. Actually, with Dora, this will be Hanuman.
Yeah, it's got Dora, Hanuman. 12,000, and then an extra 300 just cause.
This is Tenpai.
Closed Tenpai from Miyauchi. Oh my goodness. So close to dealing in there for Fujikawa as well, but I wonder if she even knows.
It's interesting though, from as dealer, from Miyauchi, to...
Another pawn!
That's Tenpai.
Huge weight, 147.
We have pawned the 1, so that's something to keep in mind. But 147 exactly.
Maybe this is the reason why Miyauchi didn't reach. Yonashiro doesn't have much of a choice, but she still feels really bad about these discards. Yeah, Yonashiro might be able to get the Itsu, the full straight here. And Miyauchi maintaining Tenpai. A very difficult discard for Sugimura as well, but she also has to make up some ground. At 5 so not only is it dangerous to the call, but it's also close to Dora. She's not going to discard it.
Yeah. 1, 4... I think 1, 3, 4, 6, 7 in Sozu all dealing right now.
Right.
And yeah, when you look at the discards of Fujikawa, you know that there's a flush going on there. You know something weird is happening. So I would be very, very suspicious of all of the Sozu.
Strange draw. You could improve your efficiency, but you'd lose your straight and your ability to call. Yep.
The important thing I think there is
going to go that route.
She sees 3 of the 2 pin, and so the 1 pin looks like it's probably not going to deal in, and then she knows the 2 pin is safe afterwards as well. So it's definitely a safe for path to Tenpai. Being able to get there without taking any huge risks.
5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to do a little
we see the
switch in the hand. The last copy. Well, she didn't con it.
No.
Thank goodness.
That would have been very fun. But I think winning a Hanuman here. Should we reach just the 1 Dora? Yeah, it's just the 1 Dora.
Yeah, she's been holding first place most of the game. Lost it temporarily when Miyauchi sumoed at dealer Haneman. Now back in control. Back in the comfortable position. 12,000 points, and that means no more dealer turn for Miyauchi.
Yes. Being able to deny your closest competitor to that dealership is very, very important. Fujikawa needs to be first place to make it to the final 4, just as a quick reminder. So, she's definitely well on her way. And with this start, 4 pairs. Do we consider 7 pairs from the start with the intention of maybe folding and just passing the game and letting it go to South 4? Maybe. But for now, we cut the 1.
Sounds quite reasonable. Yeah, she discards some of her Dora acceptance, so it seems like that's the path she's taking.
We do have a half flush from Miyauchi, though. So Miyauchi can build a Mangan to come back from this.
And Sugimura with like an inside hand. Not much value yet, but I guess she's hoping to get some more Dora. Those 2 mon would be pretty key for her. Can she get a second one or a third one?
Yeah, this is one of those really sad situations. That's like just picturing that you're Yonashiro right now. You have to make 28,000 points in 2 hands You don't have dealership remaining. Gonna be paying attention to what she ends up doing. Yeah, I'm gonna be paying attention. Like, is she gonna be going Yakum on hands? Is she gonna be trying? Like, she needs to get value from somewhere. If she wants to try
Fujikawa here, finishing 789 so that is not a pear shape, but it is a completed run.
Yes.
Might convince her to take a different route here. Yonashiro, there's hope in her hand, but the path to a big hand is not obvious yet.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, with only 2 hands left to do it, obviously if there are dealer repeats, you have more time, but then Fujikawa's gaining points, so that's not ideal either.
Exactly.
Sancho Godoko? Maybe. We should keep an eye out.
I wonder.
We are collecting 6s. Could happen, maybe.
Another pair here for Miyauchi. And a triplet for Fujikawa. So Fujikawa might also get Sancho Kudoko. Oh! East call.
Going half for that half flush.
Miyauchi.
East isn't that height, but the red dragon would be. But still, half flush, red, all triplets. Definitely a path.
Sugimura. Not the best tempai. Like 1 tile away from Sanshoku Dojun, the mixed triple runs.
And we have to discard the Dora to make that happen.
Now comes Dora. She's going to hold tempai for now. But no value, so she doesn't reach it yet.
We are going to see a Chi for Ishanta. See it, not Toy Toy, not all triplets, but perfectly acceptable, all things considered. Gotta get the points from somewhere. And that's not it. Not quite. Not yet. Yeah, one of those. I think
missed the tempai. Slight backfire there for Fujikawa.
Yeah, 11355 is an amazing shape, but with the 2 discarded, sad to see. Still not quite tempai. Oh, and then we missed it again. So sad.
Another 2 returns.
Okay. Yeah, she's getting close to tempai, but she just doesn't have that value, I don't think.
Yeah, that's a big tempai for Miyauchi.
Yeah, her hand is reasonably... Actually... Yeah, it's pretty obvious that she was going for a flush, and maybe you could assume that she's been tempai since that 9-pin discard we see. But, yeah, it's tricky.
6-0 gets discarded. Ooh, almost looked like it was it, but that's the wrong Pinzu tile.
Yeah, we're close.
Yeah, Fujikawa has a lot of them in her hand here. So it's going to be hard for Miyauchi to draw this.
Yeah, we lose to our acceptance by doing that. We keep the safer south, and we still have that potential Sancho Kodoko on the 5s if we're very, very lucky. So I like that play. I like the play a lot.
Another pair for Yonashiro, but is she really going to switch? Nope. No switch here. I wonder if Sugimura just takes the sumo if she gets it. I think at this point you might have to.
Just did a quick sweep around. There are 3 tiles remaining for this half flush. 2 8s, 1 5.
9-pin passes.
Yep.
Oh, that is safe to Miyauchi though.
Should have played one, yeah.
Not too surprising.
I like keeping the 6 just in case. At this point, maybe start to think about getting a tempai, even if it's not the tempai we want, just to have some points.
Formon is a big draw here.
Puts her 1 away again. Sometimes just fighting for tempai at this point could be the difference. There's the last 5-pin. I don't think she's going to play it. Would she can it though? Yeah, she will.
Big con. That's gonna be a big hit to Miyauchi when she sees all those 5-pin removed from the game.
Unfortunately, does not draw Tenpai. Not yet. And is instead presented with a once-cut dragon.
Ooh.
It's not easy for her, is it? It's once cut and it's a door indicator. So...
That makes it a little easier, I would say. Door indicator. Still worried about the half flush. Waiting on the single copy.
No risks.
She really doesn't like it.
I respect it, honestly. I think I too would be pretty scared in that situation. If I'd drawn something that got me to Tenpai though, oh, that's not a 5, that's a 4. Well, you know what the 5s are. Don't know why I thought it would be a 5 for a second there. And at this point, you just kind of have to give up, I think, right?
Do you, as Yonashiro, with only 2 things left? I don't. She's thinking normally, sure, but in this case,
that's
might not be able to afford it.
If the game does go to exhaustive draw and Fujikawa decides to break Tenpai because she's in the lead.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, you don't really have a choice, do you? Oh no. Yes, it just sends it.
Passes. Fire it off. Especially with the 5-pin con.
That's true.
Slightly safer. You can still get caught by 2-3 or pair of 4s or a single 4-way, like a 1, 2, 3, 4 double pairs.
Yeah, if you know you're dealing with
nothing
a
through
flush.
the middle.
Yeah.
Here's an 8. This actually does deal in.
This does deal in.
Sugimura is very sad on drawing the 8. Super sad. You can see it in her face. This is Tenpai.
And
Yonashiro fires it off. No choice.
Yonashiro going for every point she can.
Needs a 7-mon, so her chances aren't that great, unfortunately, but it would be a huge turnaround if she could find it. A 7-mon just came out the turn previously.
Obviously,
with her calling Riichi,
Yeah, I think everyone else is just folding here. Fujikawa has no reason to try and keep a dealer repeat going. But there's still a chance, right? There's still one more draw left.
Can't see anything now. The stress is getting so high.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. From what I've heard, like the lights in these rooms are blinding and warm.
Yeah.
And then the cameras are right there.
Discarded on Riichi, so our players will discard 7-pin.
Yeah, 7-pin is
1-mon. So close, but no. 1-mon is not going to deal in. Will it convince Miyauchi? Because even Miyauchi's got to be thinking she has no more dealer turns. She might have to play. No, she doesn't.
That's interesting. Yeah, if I were Miyauchi, I would be far more interested in trying to fight for those. Well, it's a -1,000, but it could have been a +2,000, 1,500. So,
yeah. Well, maybe she figures that's not going to be enough to make first place anyway. So, might as well not throw away her chance here. Go for South 4.
That's fair. That's fair.
But still, it does mean that's 1,000, 2,000 points.
Yeah, it would have been a 2,500 swing, right?
Right.
Had she been Tenpai instead of not.
Yeah, 1-mon is just so close to the door, though. It's got to scare you there. You haven't seen any door on the table.
There's definitely a world where you throw it and deal in and lose a game that you would otherwise have won. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. They have a 1-2-2-2, or they have a 2-2-2-3. Or even if they just have like 1-2-3 and then 2-3, and you dealt into Ipeiko or something with 2 Dora.
Yes.
Tough spot. She's still 12,000 away here. 12,000, a little less, 11,500. But that is more than Sumo Mangan, even with the bonus sticks. 11,500. Mangan Sumo does not do it for Miyauchi. I mean, if she gets it though, you gotta think she's pretty good spot for the wild card. I might take it, even if it doesn't get me the win.
Okay, well, Yonashiro does have a very valid half flush, but is that enough points?
Right. Here we are in South 4. All last. So for Yonashiro Miyauchi, essentially what they'd consider their last chance. Although they could allow Sugimura to win some hands here, especially if it was a roan off of Fujikawa.
Yeah, I guess if you're Yakuman hunting, you need that amount of points to say if you're Yonashiro. Like, maybe it's not so bad to let Sugimura win, or at least get to Tenpai.
Considering the wild card race exists, maybe even like a Baiman sumo for Yonashiro. It doesn't quite need Yakuman. Her hand right now looks like she might be able to pull out a Baiman, but Yakuman doesn't seem quite possible here. You'll have to find some cons. It's always possible if you can find some cons, and Yonashiro does have some con routes. Fujikawa trying to end it quickly. Her hand is so close to Tenpai. Just one away with the... Really needs the south though. She has no Yaku yet. Arrow West for Yonashiro. Maybe I spoke too soon about the whole Yakuman thing.
I mean, you never know, right?
Yeah, she might have 4 concealed triplets, Sulanko. Of course, we can see the South's being held by Fujikawa, so... South is probably not going to work out for Yonashiro, but maybe 4 concealed triplets?
It's definitely worth thinking about, right? It's definitely worth at least considering. Miyachi, I do like how she's keeping that 9, just to try and hope that maybe we get that Itsu. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, Reach here for Sugimura, trying to keep her dealer going. I think Yonashiro just has to push. Not much of a choice. I mean, well, I guess if Sugimura wins, you can go again, but this is one of your best shots. This kind of a hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Fujikawa almost wishes South wasn't Dora, so she could just get it from somebody. Just please. But because it's Dora, there's even more reason why players don't want to discard it.
We'll see. Miyachi drawing the 8-man there, having that 8-9. She's got a decision to make. Does she go for the Itsu? Knowing that she could deal into Sugimura.
Potentially her last chance too, unless she lets Sugimura win and say, okay, let me try next hand.
But when you've got Itsu Tenpai, Itsu Shanten, anything has to count Dora,
two dangerous tiles, not
it
just
is.
one.
The 5
So
very likely.
5?
And Dora's Dora.
And a Dora?
Yeah. The 5 does go. I respect the bravery, because honestly,
passes.
Reach, Itsu, Pinfu, that's got to be enough, right? Especially on Sumo.
Yeah. A big strike there. 3-so. That doesn't fit in the hand. In fact, she's already discarded one.
Yeah.
So
It's not safe to reach, but we'll take the slightly slower. That's not a reach.
One mon discard. Miyuchi still has that one hard discard after the Dora, and of course Fujikawa really wants it. It doesn't quite deal in yet, but it might soon if Fujikawa draws to Tenpai.
If she's willing to
Or
push.
Sugimura.
She might be the one person.
Yeah, Sugimura is also threatening to win on the Dora to the other players. It's only us that know she doesn't have any of them.
Yes,
So
exactly.
if you think about dealing in to the dealer with Dora, that's very scary.
But yeah, if I were Fujikawa, obviously you don't want to just let Sugimura do whatever she likes. But
Right.
if the stars aren't aligning and this isn't it, you might be able to try and go for a repeat. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
Fujikawa. It's time to back off.
Yeah, the 1 and 7 both passed, so we've ruled out the 2-3 weight and the 5-6 weight.
2-3, so
That's
this is technically
Tenpai,
Tenpai.
but
I don't think there's any world where Yonashiro can go for this though, because
No.
there's just no value there, especially discarding Dora.
Oh, she's thinking about it, but
Is it Riichi?
Oh no, it's the West.
It's going with West. She knows she needs some value.
I guess there's a world where she draws Dora 2 and then maybe considers that reach then. But even that, I'm not sure if that's enough points.
You got the Riichi, you got the Green Dragon, you got Dora 2. That point, maybe a Haneman direct hit on Fujikawa, and you're just hoping for that.
That is not quite there. So the Itsu has been given up on, which makes sense. So the question is, will Sugimura win this hand, or will it go to exhaustive draw? I'm pretty sure everyone else at this point is out, so...
Right.
It's all about how many points.
But she's already discarded the 1. So that's not going to help here. Not yet, anyway.
I do like how Miyochi... I mean, she's still got a long way to go, but she is trying her best to at least have a path back to Tenpai to collect Tenpai payments. Because it might be that Miyochi's strategy here is she knows Sugimura's about to win. Hope the game goes to exhaustive draw. She manages to claim 1,500 points from Fujikawa, and the gap might close by 3,000. Assuming that Miyochi's Tenpai and Fujikawa isn't, and the game does get to another repeat.
Right.
Each time that happens, if you can get 3,000 points closer, it won't be that many hands until suddenly you might have a chance of us.
Yeah, but Yonashiro's just too far gone to turn around and push here.
Yeah, Yonashiro can't, unfortunately.
Everyone just hoping Fujikawa doesn't win, and of course Fujikawa isn't going to because she's folded already. So it's either Sugimura with the draw at this point, or the whole game with the draw, and we go to the next dealer end.
Yeah, the fun thing about being the last dealer, you have all the control sometimes in a game like this, especially if you can keep presenting a threat.
Right.
And once again, this South is just sitting here.
This is not Tenpai, but
no.
Maybe Miyauchi just cannot find a tile that's safe to everybody.
Even if it were Tenpai, it would be Fury 10, but I guess it's definitely worth maybe just trying to get that Tenpai payment. But, yeah. There's no world where you play the South. Trying to find a world where you could play anything safe, but the 3-man, yeah, that makes sense. Might as well stay 1 away, just in case.
Passes.
Speaking of being 1 away.
Copying.
So we go to exhaustive draw. We will be having another repeat of All Last. And this time, 2 Riichi sticks will be on the table. But 3,000 points for Sugimura. She gets 4,000 points closer to that all final 4.
Yep. In last place currently, even with that 3,000 point boost, but it also means more bonus points on the board.
Exactly.
The one big win could fire her right back up there, although she will need to defend it. There is no stopping after winning, no Agariyame. So even if she does make the comeback, she's going to have to hold it for at least 1 more dealer turn.
So let's have a look at what tiles she's drawing into right now.
2 Dora! Right off the bat.
That is very exciting. 2 Dora and a very clear path to all simples, all inside.
Yeah, it's a little tough with a few of those Kanchan weights, the inside filling weights, like 2-4 so. As well as 7-8 so you can get the 9 so, but then you don't have all inside. So you can't call from there.
Everyone else
and
has
that's 3 of the 6s.
Reasonable start.
So Fujikawa having a lot of those 6 so that Sugimura really wants to make the inside end. We'll see though. If she draws the 9 so early, it's just fine to make a Pinfu with 2 Dora and Riichi for a dealer Mangan or more.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Pinfu is more than good enough. the ideal world would be if you had a chance to just roll a 6.
Number one draw.
Suddenly the game, it's not over, guys. Having said that, though, everyone else is developing very quickly.
Draw. Yeah, well, cutting the 1-mon from a 1-mon pair. Maybe really wants to use 2-mon for Dora. You gotta make a few non-standard discards when you need that many points.
Yeah, definitely. It's always something that I know I struggle with when you're trying to find value.
Right.
Oftentimes where the value doesn't exist, you're just trying to manifest it somehow. But...
Even cutting the 3-mon pair. Dora or bust for Miyauchi here. She really says the only way I'm getting to that Hanemon is with Dora.
Dora and Sanshoku potentially. 1, 2, 3 is definitely on the cards for her.
I mean, I might take the Mangan Sumo as Miyauchi still. And just pray for the wild card. It'd be so close. The scores would be so close.
That is definitely a very decent chance.
Another pair.
If you can be within like 2,000 or 3,000 points, you're going to be in that final. But we'll see.
Yeah. I don't know about the mixed triple sequence, the Sanchoku, but Miyuchi's getting there. Sugimura is also getting there, though. Some big hands here.
Do you keep the pair if you're planning on opening the hand? I do like keeping the pair
of
the 4 pin.
Oh. The other option is, does she believe in Sanzo, the 3 of bamboos? Not this time.
I'm
5
sorry.
pairs
I'm sorry, Tibbs.
for Yonashiro. But Pong?
Did you just grab the... Oh, I see. She put it back.
Yeah. A pawn has been called, so she had to put back the tiles. I mean, Sugimura is going for the open Tanya. The classic open all simples. She has 2 Dora, though, so it is still valuable as the dealer. If she gets a 3rd Dora, you have a dealer Mangan on the board.
And in a situation like this, you need to make sure you win. It doesn't matter what the value is, as long as you're the one winning.
Right.
Like, 'cause the second you don't win the hand, you're out, so... Now, we're seeing some... I think very defensive play from Miyuchi, breaking some already complete shapes, which is interesting. Maybe this is not...
Sugimura adding 4-pin. Oh, and this might be the perfect time for her to add 4-pin. Oh, but Yonashiro has to go for the Yakuman. Never mind, she's not releasing it.
Yeah, no. Not today.
Another 8, not useful here. West goes. Pair of 2s. Slightly useful if Fujikawa is willing to discard the red.
And she is.
Yes.
I think it's early enough, and it's also once cut, so it's not the worst discard in the world. The green is live, but it wasn't called. Having cut the 4, the 3 does follow, but then... So the 5, the 3 does follow. But that does make sense. Yes, Shinobu needs that value from somewhere. Okay. Ishanten for Fujikawa. And she can call the White Dragon to get to Tenpai. She doesn't need value, she just needs to make sure she wins to shut this game down.
Right.
Will anyone play the White Dragon, though? I don't see it happening. But you never know. We're going to see a call for Tenpai. Atsuke.
White Dragon wins it for Fujikawa. She's Tenpai. As you mentioned, only White Dragon, though. The other side has no Yaku. Oh, 2 triplets!
Now, choices. Do you cut Dora? You cut the 3-man first. I see. Could backfire now that Dora deals in later.
Backfire. Yeah, Miyuchi is waiting for that Dora, but I don't know if Miyuchi can really call it. I don't think she can really cheat it. Of course,
this will get
Sugimura can pawn it.
Yeah.
100%.
But I respect the attempt. When you need the points, making that value come from somewhere. Absolutely.
I don't know if I would hold the Dora this long, though, if you go for Yakuman. I guess if she only gets 3 concealed triplets, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Having a Dora triplet Or a Dora pair might help her out.
Yeah, it would let you roam. But she needs to draw some kind of Tenpai first.
Yeah, this is tough. 2 to 4, that does not help. Because she needs green. Uh-oh. This is a very tough spot for Yonoshiro now.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even think there's a Dora left in the wall for her to draw.
But she was saved. Sugimura takes another win.
Yeah.
With 2 Dora, more than enough.
That actually makes Fujikawa pretty happy, I think. Pulls Miyauchi further away from her.
And we go again.
Another one.
Another one. How long are you going to be in South for?
They're both about 18,000 points away. For the dealer, it's a Haneman. For Miyauchi, that's it's like a Baiman sumo. 3 homeba on the board. That means all the Riichi sticks that were in the middle are gone. So the bonus points have actually gone down since the previous hand.
That's true. So what does our dealer open up with? Could Sugimura keep this streak going? Has Dora acceptance but doesn't have any Dora. And we do have... Yonoshiro 7 pairs is not quite what you want to be seeing. But maybe against Swanka could happen, right? Go for the Yakuman. I can see it.
Yep, she went for it last time. It was definitely a little bit dangerous.
Well, you gotta do
with that extra Dora in her hand.
Yeah, unfortunately,
but could happen this time.
You gotta do what you gotta do, right? And
I mean, maybe the Menhon Chitoitsu again, the closed half flush.
I could definitely see that.
Get her up to Baimon level. Direct hit on Fujikawa, it would be monster. It would be what she needs. But other than that, even a sumo Baimon doesn't put her in first.
Definitely getting that closed Honetsu.
Yes.
But we'll see. 2 players on the same suit could make the Honetsu hard to complete.
Right. And that's a good draw for Sugimura. So we might just have another dealer repeat here.
Yeah. We may be here forever. Be exciting.
Shiro, thinking about 6 though, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
She already broke the pair of 9-pin, so that is one less way she can make 4 concealed triplets. The Suanko feels a bit preemptive to do that. But maybe the 3-4-5 in her hand convinced her. 3, 4,
I guess
5 of Manzu.
The half flush with reach, with Sumo, with or direct hit with some very lucky Iridor. Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
She has the chance to pull a Yakuhai as well, one of the dragons in her hand. She has a pair of them.
True.
I think. But you can't really call it here. Yeah,
if you're feeling really greedy, you could even go for the full flush, right? Closed. There's a Hanuman base.
Tough, but it's possible.
It's a long shot, but sometimes the only shot you've got is a long shot. Yeah, considering maybe Itsu, maybe that Dora acceptance of the 8 of bamboo, choosing to cut the 9.
No, the 9 is
no.
back. Oh, she leaned forward as well. She was like, she's keeping it now, though. I don't think 7 pairs is going to do it without the half flush, so I'm not sure it's a good idea to keep it here at this point.
I think it's really interesting Fujikawa cutting that 6 of characters there. Because it was it was definitely possible that she could have gone for the half flush, right? Just to end the match. Trying maybe hoping to call and catch some of the other Manzu tiles. But she's keeping the photos of the 8 of pins and the 6 of bamboo. And just trying to build any normal hand. Something that she can Dharma. Hopefully, maybe even convince the other players she's going for that half flush. I can see the strategy. But it is going to be inefficient. We'll see.
Yeah, it's going to make Sugimura keep the 6-mon in her own hand. Safe against Fujikawa later. Also useful for her own hand. Is this one away? It is.
It is, and potentially Sanchoku. Exactly.
Triple. Maybe the 6 comes out now? I wonder if she would open call for Sanchoku here, just to keep the dealer alive. Maybe.
You could.
She's gonna
Could
throw it
theoretically,
back? Nope.
yeah, if you're going to
She
open
picked
call.
it. Okay, she keeps it.
The spicy decision would be to cut 1/3 of bamboo there.
Right.
That would be. I do admit that that's very spicy, but if you're being really greedy, try and get that Pure sequence, try and get that Sanchoku, try and get all simples. I think it's far too greedy to go for all those things, but something to consider. Something rejected.
Another pair again from Riichi, but her hand is not conducive to that pair shape.
If we are going for that all simples, we've got a pair now.
Set of 3s. Could cut the 9. Gonna cut the 1.
I think having the 5/7/9 is still perfectly fine, right?
Yeah. But if you cut the 9, you force mixed triples, basically, the Sanchoku to the hand, and you still get to keep the 2 so weight. But there's a lot of 2 so on the board.
This way you get to wait on 3 so.
Woohoo! Let's see if 3 so can come through. Yep, she's gonna open call it. At least she has Tanya out here as well to add a little bit more value. So not as small as originally thought.
Again, every step while you're dealer just gets you a little bit closer, a little bit closer. And now she's got the 3-sided weight. I will say the 258 is not as good because we do see quite a few of them discarded, but that's not.
There's a small chance of losing. Oh, Riichi picks the right tile.
Okay, 6/9 is her weight.
Probably don't want to cut the 8 there. It is Dora.
Yeah, exactly. And this half flush just gets a little bit closer as everyone slowly approaches 10 point.
7 pairs half flush. I think the classic long shot hand. Menhon Chitoi. No, not that one. So almost all the Sozu tiles deal in right now. It's a Sozu riot here. Ooh, that one.
That one actually doesn't look too bad. It's been discarded by everyone except for the player in Riichi, unfortunately.
Yeah, but that one deals in.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I see. That's why I said everyone except for the player in Riichi.
Unfortunately, the Riichi player, but I don't think Yonashiro has much of a choice at this point. Oh gosh.
Just going for the full flush. Just if I'm going to take this risk, I'm going to confirm that I've got all the value. I get it. I get it.
And if Sugimura maintains that play, okay, that one doesn't deal in, but it's pretty scary. Maybe 3-so for safety. It's quite an option. It would guarantee her Sanchoku again if she goes 3-so once again.
That's true.
3-so's not actually safe, huh? Did she do it before the Riichi? I think she did it before the Riichi.
Was the 6 played? Was the 6 from Yonashiro played before the Riichi? Or after the Riichi?
Well. Yeah,
Either way, the 4 does pass. And she does have the bravery, the courage to push it.
Oh, no dice.
Oh, we see a 2. Not on a safe tile. But it's drawn! Sugimura takes the win, not on the Dora, but all inside with the Sanshoku as well, thankfully.
Yeah, because of the Sanshoku, it's worth just as much as if she had pulled Dora.
That's true, yeah. 4,100 points. Not going to win her the game. But she gets to keep going as we enter South for repeat number 4.
4 home, but Fujikawa still has more than 12,000 point lead. But because of 4 Honba, dealer Mangan off anybody gets Sugimura ahead because of the 4 Honba on the board. Of course, you will have to defend it if that happens because you cannot end the game on a win as the dealer. But yeah, it also seems like there's no timer on this one. Because I think time would have been called by now. Maybe because it's the finals. No timer. we are moving ahead. Fujikawa with 4 pairs again. Another fast hand, supposedly, for Fujikawa, being able to call the value honors, the Yakuhai. She actually gets it this time. Can she stop Sugimura once and for all? A 5-mon discard from the middle of the hand for Sugimura. Yonashiro has a nice hand here normally, but it does not have 25,000 points of value on it.
Yeah, that's always the trick, right? How do you make the value? Still. There's a door, but one door on its own is not going to save you. We'll see. We'll see.
Right.
Also, I do like how Fujikawa's decided, you know what? I've had enough of this. She's opened up now.
I mean, she's had the honored pair a number of times already, but she wasn't able to get it. Like, remember, she was waiting for the white dragon, Atotsuke.
That's true, yes.
Never got it that time. She got it very quickly this time. We'll see if she can end it.
Unfortunately for Miyochi, cutting the east, drawing an east, as the case is. Obviously, a triplet on its own is not going to be the value, but still.
Yeah, I mean, this hand would normally look nice for Yonashiro, but does not have the value.
Yeah, it's really hard to play the format sometimes. I'm wondering what the plan is.
And there goes another east. If it's been discarded, just keep discarding it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you already discarded one. You don't want to be free 10 on it.
Fujikawa not wanting to keep the extra 6-pin for value. For efficiency, rather.
Do you think she's trying to make Suanko again? 4 concealed triplets?
No,
and cut the 9 pair because one was already discarded?
This is Tenpai already. Quick reach for the dealer.
Sugimura once again, right in there. On a good weight too, 6'9".
Yeah, very hard spot for Fujikawa. She's made a call already, and she's about 2 away from Tenpai. So it's hard to go either way. It's hard to fold. It's hard to push. Caught in that dangerous middle ground.
Yeah, it's time to decide to take one look at my tiles and was like, do I have anything that's 100% safe that I can fold with? If I don't, I'm pushing. Just because I might as well try and win. But yeah.
Yeah, 2-pin Suji. She uses 2-pin Suji. Works out for her.
I'm going to see another call.
Oh, here we go. 2-pin safe because one already was used.
So I believe there is 1 9 of characters and 2 6 of characters out there to draw. Is Sugimura going to draw her winner herself? I like the idea of keeping that north between the 2 3 4s in case she does Chiyotail to Tenpai. Doesn't give away any information about her hand.
Right. What if she has to pawn? Or maybe she's going to decide not to pawn.
Maybe.
Oh, triple south, but Miyuchi deciding not to make her move on this hand.
Pair of Dora, very exciting.
Yonashiro.
But unfortunately, for Yonashiro, it's just too little too late, unfortunately.
3-pin, very scary. Ooh, boy.
Yeah, play our south, safe north first, and see where we go.
Passes. It's funny because Sugimura does have a pair of north. She's just not waiting for those.
Did I say it was safe? It's completely live. I take what I said back. That will give
Tenpai! Fujikawa Tenpai! She's going to play the safer tile rather than the wider weight.
Yeah, it's a situation like this where you really want to win first. Just to stop this madness. How many Honma can you rack up in one go?
Well. If she'd gone for the 2-5 pin, it would be 3-10, so it makes even more sense why she goes for this weight.
Yeah, okay, that does make more sense.
7. Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
we see a
dear.
few of the 6s. But
Yeah, I mean,
gingerly
what
placing
is
that
safe
7
in
down.
her
It's the
hand?
3 of the 6s actually, so the odds are there
Right,
of having
I
5,
don't think
6.
anything was safe in her hand, to be fair.
Yeah.
So whatever, just gotta push. All the other 7, that's even worse.
Yeah. I could justify the 7 pin being one chance. The 7 of bamboo is not. And it's close to
Close
Dora.
to Dora as well.
Yeah.
Yep. No, she's out. Middle Suji. It's gonna back off here.
Okay.
Oh, a new
Oh,
Tempai.
back to Tempai,
But
waiting
it's
on the 6
10.
of bamboo. And yes, as you say, through 10.
Out goes a Dora, so our other players can discard Dora. Yep, just like that.
But given how close we are to the end of the hand, just being Tempai is enough to score some points.
Yeah,
We go again.
Big...
Another one.
5 Honba, 1 Riichi stick in the middle. So Fujikawa made 1,000 points on Sugimura, but because that 1,000 points is in the middle up for grabs, it's the same win condition. Sugimura can catch it on a Mangan Sumo.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, as we mentioned, she would still have to keep playing. Dealer doesn't stop on a win. Oh, are they actually calling time here? Did they just hit the 80-minute mark? Or were they just checking something? We'll see.
This is in fact the 80-minute mark of the game.
If they called time, then that means Sugimura, it's a lot more pressure because you only have one hand to win it. But it also means you don't have to defend if you win, right?
I guess so, yeah.
So there's pluses and minuses.
So assuming that the timer does work, as it was before, we have this hand and one more, I believe.
Right. That was the rule. When time is called, you get one extra hand after the current hand.
Yes. So Sugimura does have a chance, but now cheap hands aren't going to cut it, if that's how the rules still work.
Yeah, in the playoffs in the top 24, there was one time call that was a bit contentious. It seemed like the players had either missed or forgotten that time call had previously been called, and then at the end of one of the hands, it was just over, and a couple of the players looked a little surprised or upset.
Honestly,
the game was over.
I could see how you might get so caught up in the heat of the moment that you end up just like missing something like that.
It was a case where the dealer came back in all last, and their last hand they won it.
Incredible.
So, whew.
Well, you never know.
4 pairs here for Yonashiro. But Yonashiro has been losing more and more points.
Yeah.
From these draws in South, so that Baimon now doesn't even look like. Okay, Baimon direct hit still works. If Yonashiro can Baimon direct hit Fujikawa,
she can definitely aim for second place, but it's
hard
hard to believe that they
for second place is a bit too far. I think for the wild card race.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know if a 14,000 point score gap is going to be close enough, but you never know, right? We haven't seen the next two games yet. It's always worth trying, just in case. And she is holding that Dora, although with the Dragon Call from Sugimura.
Oh, Sugimura going for a small hand, so I believe she must have at least one more hand here.
Yeah.
If she's going for that kind of a hand.
Definitely wants to get her Riichi stick back and put herself in a position. So the gap for her right now is 14k. Even just like a cheap 1-2k hand, I guess, puts in a. Yeah, it's nice to be within 12k, I suppose, as dealer.
Right.
Getting in Mangan range for the final hand would be very, very nice.
Yeah.
The Dora does eventually get played by Yonashiro. And I think that's Tempai for the dealer? With that 9-pin draw?
It's big. It's funny, I haven't really seen much of the Dora until Fujikawa discarded that there. Okay, Miyuchi does have one. I didn't notice until now.
Right, I take it back. Now she's Tenpai, waiting on 2-5
go.
of characters. A very nice one away with that triplet of 9s, though. Oh, it's good to have a nice triplet before you get to Tenpai.
Exactly. That way you can con yourself into victory, especially when you need a couple more points.
That's true. But also, any part of any sequence that's incomplete, you can draw any of those tiles and pair up. Oh, this is Tenpai for 7 pairs.
I don't think this cuts it though, right?
No, I don't think
no
it does.
Riichi. Yeah, no Riichi. Even best case scenario, Riichi Patsumo, 7 pairs, 2 Ura, Haneman.
Yeah. I think Jen was saying something along the lines of, if you don't have enough to get first place, you shouldn't take the win, right? In a situation like this.
With the wild card, maybe it's worth aiming for second.
I could see that, yeah. But it's tough.
Yeah, you know, Sumo Haneman would get her second place, but the wild card race would be so hard from there. It would be a low second place.
Yeah. Either way, I guess in an ideal world,
not going for it here.
Did she's not one of the players who cut Dora, so she could theoretically, at least from her position, draw Dora and then reach on that to try and get a bit more value.
Right. Yeah.
Again, it's such a long shot, but the Dora is out
there's
there.
one of the triplets for Suanko. 1 of 4.
That's also.
I think she's got to take this route here.
I think it's worth at least cutting the south for this, right?
I think this is a better route than because to be fair, she's not going to wait on it anyway. She's going to wait on Dora.
Yeah.
It's only if she draws Dora that she can take that route. So you're not losing anything by cutting south.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, we do see one Dora already cut, but that just gives you hope, right? That gives you hope. If it wasn't Pond, then maybe that means that the other 2 are in the wall somewhere.
Right.
So the other 3 even.
Another 4. That is Tenpai technically for Fujikawa. She's not willing to reach though.
No.
We'll see if the Tumon slips through.
At the same time, though, if you just draw it yourself, end the match, you don't need value. You just need to get this thing over with. Oh,
doesn't mean she can't run. Is that a 5? It's a 3.
It's a 3, but that is now all simples, so now she can run.
Yes. That's big. And she also head bumps Sugimura with the 5, since she now has that weight as well. Oh, there it is!
That Dora.
The Dora! It's the Dora she's been looking for!
So, 7 pairs Dora 2. I go for it. I'm all in at this point.
7 pairs Dora 2. You need
Reach.
Sumo and 2 Ura.
But there's a chance.
You basically need Sumo and 2 Ura, but yes. And that even then it's Baimon Sumo, and you're like, oh, I hope I get the wild card with this, but it would be solid.
Yeah, it might not be a good chance, but it's a chance. And at this point, I think I totally respect just going for it.
Yeah,
good luck,
Haneman, would the Haneman direct hit work on Fujikawa? Reach 7 pairs, 2 Dora, and you hope for 2 Ura. Yeah, you'd still be behind Sugimura. Well, there's 3,500 points in the middle.
Oh,
I think that might make you ahead.
So the gap is 29-2.
Yeah.
So 24 plus 3,000. It's not quite enough.
No, you wouldn't get past Fujikawa, but would you get past Sugimura so you could play for the wild card? Right? It's 25-3.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that would work.
20. Oh, sorry, not 20. 15,300. You get 1,200 plus 3,500. Or 12,000 plus. That's 15,500, which is more than 15,300. So you could play for the direct hit, but even to get direct hit Haneman on Fujikawa, since Ipatsu's gone, you would need 2 Ura. Exactly. And unfortunately, instead, it's just a deal into Sugimura.
And we get to see a repeat number 6 of this incredible final.
Sugimura is still not ahead.
But
still not ahead.
As dealer, she's well within range.
Yep, even hands that are like 3-han will put her ahead here.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And we've seen it a lot in these finals. Sugimura takes a deep breath before the hand starts whenever she's in a tough spot, whenever she's in a pressure situation. Jen mentioning that she's a veteran that might even have more playing time than Jen herself.
Yeah, the pressure must be so high though. After you fought so hard and you've gotten this many dealer repeats.
Yeah, the whole season, not just today, but the whole season worth
that too, yeah,
of games.
Exactly.
And your team is here, and it's one game, and you've done so much. You just need one more push.
Everyone's taking
a bit of a delay here
to look at the scores, to plan out what they actually need.
Yep.
I think, honestly, in a situation like this, absolutely take the time. The time has already run out, right? So, if you're going to calculate, now is the time to do it.
Yeah, maybe that's the big calculation, because maybe this is the final hand, no matter what.
I think this is the final hand, no matter what. Because the bell rung at the start of the last hand, right?
Right.
So that hand and one more. This is the one more.
Yes.
Can Sugimura do it? I actually really want to see a win now. I'm sorry, Fujikawa, but when someone's making a comeback like this, you have to see it complete, right? You have to cheer for it.
Yonashiro still has that Yakuman possibility. Probably something like a sumo or a direct hit on Fujikawa. No, with the Honba, Yakuman even on anybody will do it for Yonashiro. So she needs Yakuman. Miyauchi's about Baimon, I think.
How do you make a Yakuman from these 13 tiles, though? I can see Itsu. I see like lots of potential things you could try and work towards if you're really trying to make value happen, but...
Yeah, and I think Sugimura just needs 3-han. Oh, other than 20 fu. Like 3-han, 30 fu.
Yeah.
It's like 5,800 at the least on her own, plus 2,400. 8,200 points. Well, that would actually be just short, but 200 points away from first, I think you get the wild card if you're 200 points away from first.
Yeah.
I think 98, 99 times out of 100.
Like the only way it's ever going to get beaten is if someone's got a tie on second place on seat order or something like that. That would be horrible.
Exactly. So I think 5,800 point win here, even if it's not a sumo, even if it's against Miyauchi or Yonashiro, I think it's solid enough for Sugimura, even if she does end up second. So 3-han is the number to go for. 2-han direct hit on Fujikawa would be something like 3,000 points. And because you take all the points of the Honba away from Fujikawa, so even a 2-han would work if it's a direct hit. And that is kind of about where we're looking at with Sugimura's hand.
She does
especially
have
if she has to open.
Itsu.
Oh, she doesn't go for it, but Itsu is a possibility. Yep, the full straight.
Obviously, needing the 2 and I believe 6 there. So it's 2 specific tiles that you need to draw, which is why making that hand is very awkward sometimes. But
yeah, problem is open. It's 1-han, and we're not playing with any red 5s, so there's no bailout. There's no drawing a red 5 near the end. She'd have to make a pair of Dora, and that's really hard because the Dora is the tune. The red
does have that Dora though.
Yep.
But it looks like
Fujikawa gets the call. A 7. That's not really helpful. No.
I'm mixing my players. My apologies.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna look for Riichi Pinfu here as the dealer for Sugimura. Another Dora for Miyauchi. Miyauchi might get what she needs.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Might get the value for the Baimon.
Yeah.
Baimon direct hit on Sugimura, or not on Sugimura, on Fujikawa, or Baimon sumo.
That is a big ask, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah.
We were joking about Sancho Gidoko earlier, but I mean, when you need the value and you see some 9s, maybe.
Yeah. If she can get 3 Dora, I think it's well within.
Yeah, absolutely.
Her grasp, but she has to be able to get that last Dora, and then probably has to be closed as well if she can't make Sancho Gidoko, which I don't see her getting 3 Dora and Sancho Gidoko. Yeah, but she's holding on to those 9s, so I mean it's there it goes, The Dora. It goes through.
Oh.
Miyuchi knows it's not enough. But that's going to make it really hard for her to do anything. 7-8-9? She's already discarded a 9, but seeing the chance come back, she's going to hold on to it. Sugimura 7-8-9 Sanchoku. Even open, maybe you have to think about at this point, but open is not going to be enough points.
Yeah.
One Han won't do it. Tenpai! Sugimura Tenpai! Sorry, Fujikawa Tenpai.
Fujikawa finally shut this down.
Yeah, 3 or 4 times.
BP6.
3 or 4 times Fujikawa's been Tenpai in South 4, and none of them have worked out for her. Miyuchi just playing 7 pairs now, I think. I think that's her route.
I think 7 pairs Dora 2
2 Dora.
It's definitely a strategy that has a chance of working, for sure.
Yeah, shortcut to Baimon. Yonashira's on 5 pairs, but without any Dora in her hand.
Yeah.
Maybe she's hoping to do the same thing she did last time. Draw a Dora, Riichi, and hope to get the second one.
There's another pair.
Pair 5.
Now the issue is, obviously, that 3-mon in her hand. If she chooses to wait on the 9 instead of the 3, she's going to deal in.
Sugimura also getting close. Oh, she found the Dora!
The problem is that there are no Doras left.
Problem is, she can't actually win on it.
Yeah.
But she found it.
Respect for the attempt.
3-pin or 6-pin more safe? What do you think, Fujikawa? Or are you just gonna fold and hope for a draw if this really is the last hand?
Actually, the 6-pin, yeah, because we do see it's going to bust to 2 players.
Right.
And
what's this? What's this? It's a 4.
That is.
It's like Pinfu instead of Sanchoku.
Yeah. The question is, are you willing to discard a 4 or 5-man at this point?
Yeah, if you keep 4-5, you can still make Pinfu, which is reasonable if you get it closed. Still 1 away. 7-9 are not exactly the safest tiles either. 9 is safe though. 9 is very safe. 7 is a little more iffy.
Yes. In fact, there's a very real chance that 7 will eventually deal in. Actually, no, if 7 does deal into the 7 pairs, then that means that we already have had a deal in on the 3-man, unfortunately.
So it's not that this decision is the hard one, it's the next decision. And so that makes this decision hard because she has to plan for the next decision right now.
Yes.
Safe tile now? Safe tile now, deal with it later?
Or slightly more dangerous tile now.
Yeah, also, does she want to be able to call for Tenpai? No, she's going to give up the calling opportunity.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, even if the game ends at the end of this hand, being Tenpai and getting a little bit closer to first might be what you need. And we are going to see the reach on the 3-man. Two players waiting on that 3-man right now.
Yeah, so she survives. She plays the safe route, and it keeps her from dealing in. We'll see if Fujikawa folds. That one's safe, so she doesn't have to think too hard. 1-man. Ooh. Tough spot.
So how many 2s do we see? We don't see any 2s. We do see one 1-man discarded already, but that's from her. Is that second 1-man? Okay, we see 2 1-mans discarded. And 2 2-mans known in this hand. If I'm pushing, I'm pushing. But
yeah, it's neither the Riichi player nor Fujikawa who's the 1-man safe towards. Gonna go with the 7 here. Interesting that the 7 would be safer than the 1 in this spot.
Yeah, so especially considering she sees 2 of the 2s, which doesn't fully block it, but at least maybe make your mindset a little bit more. You know, I see some of the 2s. Yeah. They surely don't have 2-3, right?
If you think Fujikawa is on Tanyao, right? I wonder. Maybe she was more okay with dealing into Fujikawa. I mean, you can't really be okay with dealing in with 6 Honba. The chance of wildcard is nearly 0, but maybe. Fujikawa has some tough decisions here to make as well. Oh, she doesn't look and discards it. It goes through. Maybe that's the secret. Just don't look when you discard.
Yes.
Just
if I can't see it, it can't see me.
This 5-so has got to be horrendous.
Oh, that is terrifying.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't
can
think
you
a
go
single,
with 8?
Other than the 4-so that she opened up earlier, there have been no middle so discards at all.
She goes for it.
She does find the bravery.
Playing for her win condition.
Okay.
That one's pretty safe. Although I don't know how much of a shot Yoneshiro even has. She's hoping to draw the Dora that she can't see, but Miyuchi's got him. 2-so, that's Tsuji to 5. Not exactly safe, but she's going to go for it. 2-pin.
Okay.
Tsuji, you can go with the 5, which
5
is safe.
To reach.
Yoneshiro's still looking for Dora. Where's the Dora? Where's the dang Dora? It's in Miyuchi's hand. That's where it is. But she hasn't even paired up any of her other tiles either to even take the shot at it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 3-pin, not 3-mon.
We should be checking to see how many 3-mons are actually out there for both these players to draw.
Empire for the dealer.
I mean, you gotta go for it.
Reach.
3
One
players
shot
waiting on
at
3
this
mon?
reach. Maybe 2 shots. 1 or 2 shots, I think. No, I think she's got 2 draws. 3-mon.
Well,
Yoneshiro, another reach. 3-way Riichi in the final hand.
3 players.
Fire
in
off
reach,
the 2-pin.
1 player in Tenpai. Might as well end it with a bang, right? Even if you're not going to quite get there.
I don't think you have any choice here but to do it.
Yeah.
If you get like a Haite, Ipatsumo Haite or whatever.
You never know, right? Exactly. There's always a chance, however small it is.
Ipatsu does not seem to line up with Haite here, unless somebody makes some calls. But with 3 players Riichi, you don't really expect calls to get major.
Either way, though, the stick is out. So we have 3 players waiting on 3-mon, 2 players waiting on 6-mon. And, of course, that... Oh, there's a 3-mon!
Oh,
Fujikawa takes
everyone's
the win.
Tile! Literally everybody's tile. Oh my goodness.
And that will mean...
Well, not
Fujikawa,
literally everybody. Almost. 3 of the 4 players, as you mentioned.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 players had it, and 1 player had 2 of them. 3 players needed it, and 1 player had 2 of them.
Yeah.
But well done, Fujikawa. We'll be seeing you in the Final 4 tomorrow.
Well, we've seen so much of Fujikawa on stream. It's like we've been watching her story.
Yeah. Maybe we're seeing
16,400 as we see on screens. It's gonna be hard to make the wild card at 16,400 points away.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If that's close enough, hopefully, we'll be able to see. But we need to watch the other 2 games for that to happen. What a fun match, though! What a terrifying sort of end. Seeing that many repeats.
Crazy. 6. I think before South 4, it was about an hour. The match was about an hour up to South 4, and then South 4 was another 40 minutes on its own.
South 4 was its own entire match. And she fought so hard. She came so close.
Yeah, she came so close. The South 40.
But unfortunately, well, maybe she's lucky. She might get 2nd place and get through on the closest 2nd place finish. But we have...
Yeah, there is a possibility.
But yeah, what a match though! What an exciting sort of just the respect and the attempt to try and make that comeback. We did get to that timer as well. I wonder if that would have changed how she played.
Yeah,
if she had more time. But yeah,
she just played a quick hand, open call, and go for the next one. It's always tough. But I'm glad I was able to cover that game. But
yeah, thanks
for our next game, we do have Korak coming in. So I will say my goodbyes. Thanks everyone for having me today. And good luck to all the players in game 2 and 3. Good luck, Korak.
Alright, good luck. Thanks, Tips.
And hopefully...
And hello, everyone.
Yes, hello. Welcome. It's the 2nd time doing commentary together.
Yeah, back to back. Well, within a couple days, so will be interesting to see here. Now, we talk about the wild card here. Again, there's this is something we saw even in the regular season, that the tiebreaker is not best score, it's difference between first and second. And I have to say, what, a 17,000 gap seems like it's probably not going to be enough, but we still have one more game.
Exactly so, yes. Who knows how the other two tables are going to do? I'm looking forward to finding out with you. And
all right then. Well, we should go ahead and see the players.
So, for the start of Game 2, we have Shifumi Yamawaki from JPML representing Team All Serious. In the South Seat, we have Aoi Mizutani from NPM representing Team Fusion. In the West Seat, we have Sayori Tsushita representing Team Bar Bingo from JPML. And finally, in the North Seat, we have Mayu Suzumiya representing Team Bar Brio from... Oh, she's independent. I see. Amazing. We actually remember seeing a lot of Tsuchida, I believe, was it yesterday or the day before? And she played a very fun game. I'm hoping that everyone here has an amazing match. But yeah, let's get right to it. If you're enjoying the content, by the way, please do like and subscribe to the WC YouTube channel. It helps get us more events to cost and stuff like that. It'll make Jen very happy. And I think the timer is pretty fair. Like, at the end of the day, 80 minutes... Some people do complain about that. I know that's quite a common complaint, but... 80 minutes, I suppose...
It's a long game. I feel that if you have a schedule to meet, then you should definitely have a hard cutoff. It's a little more of a debate in a situation here where everyone's playing and you just want to be able to finish your game and see how things are. But at the same time, it does prevent things like just dragging out. Homba 6 was enough. I just had to shut it down there.
That's definitely true, yeah. Imagine if you could just keep building cheap. Yeah, let's move on, though. Game 2
I've seen that before. I've seen one where there's no time limit. It could easily go to Homba 11.
I think I did see one case of 11 Homba from a friend of mine casting some matches. That was definitely an interesting time.
All right, well, we have that 3-pin here definitely moves us towards a Junchan. 8-mon would be an amazing draw as a Dora as well. This looks like a Pinfu hand, has a West pair. It's a South player, so that still can keep Pinfu. One here catch the 1-3-5-7, also the Chun pair. Could move Honetsu, but probably just play regularly. 7 going to connect loosely to the 4-5. Hope to draw 6, extend there. Now a couple Dora, so Junchan likely out. The question is, what do you do with that extra Dora?
Yeah, definitely. Although we do have that 1-2-3, so maybe there's a world where we get lucky and draw the 3 of Bamboo. We'll see.
Now the Peiko, the problem even if you get the 3-so is that there's another one of those missing. It's the Dora indicator.
That's definitely true. And with
now,
that 4
is definitely going to move this towards a regular hand. I want to go 7-9 or even 8-9.
I think I would go 8-9
I'm
first.
giving up on it. You could also go 3-1 if you want to get super aggressive on locking the shape in, but we'll go ahead and cut the 8.
Yeah, it's always interesting.
I'm going to go and shift this around a bit. 1 pin connects with the 2 here. Definitely not going Honetsu. This looks like a call and go. 2-mon catch with the 3-3-5-6. Doesn't do anything immediately. Going to hold the safe tiles for now. Of course, you say safe tiles in air quotes because there's a Chun in there we figure is going to get called. 1-mon. Well, didn't like it last turn. Still doesn't like it.
Yeah, there's definitely the option of Tenpai there, but... And I definitely like the ability to have an early reach, but when there is only one Hanchan, you don't want to be dealing in at least one. By maybe overcommitting.
Yeah, you don't put yourself in a hole, but at the same time, you always have the time to experiment in East 1. It's very different. You get towards South 1. Well, that is a Tenpai. It's an ugly one. Will not take it.
I think I'd be very tempted to take it, but not reach.
Speaking of Tenpai,
but yes, we do see the 3 come out.
We have a Riichi. This is a Riichi Nomi on 6-mon.
That's well. If we did see her reach 1 turn before, that 3-mon would have dealt in. But then maybe the reach wouldn't have come out. But we do see an extra Dora.
Oh, what about a third Dora? You can just go 9-pin here, or even 9-mon, 7-mon. Can't even go 1-3. It's now a 1, so not ideal, but it is a 1 chance at this point.
Yeah, I like the
West Onko. This should be Riichi. It's a 5-6 weight.
That is much better than the 3 weight. Although the 3 weight would have won. Sums up.
Well, now the 6 is a Nakasuji weight, so it is available, but with two Riichis, I think this is going to be head-to-head. But at the same time, there's so much value, you have to go with something. The 9 clears, the 7's going to come out.
Yeah, one thing to always keep in mind is that this is a one Hanchan shootout, so...
There it is, Riichi Nomi extra Fu, because this hits the Tonki, creates 2 Onko instead. So, 50 Fu there.
Did miss the Eurodora, but that is absolutely fine to open the hand up.
No, you also want the Riichi 6. You want to jump out to the lead. It's not a big one, but you'll take it.
Yeah,
Yutani in first place now as dealer.
So this hopefully might not be as long as the last game. Also, I'm wondering where the signatures are coming from. Is that a teammates or who signed a shirt? Or people from the bar she works at? So that's amazing. So I just want to comment on the outfit there.
Well, definitely. I'm sure everyone on that shirt is sending their hopes here for Mizutani to pull this out. Nice little starting hand as well. Not too much value though, unless you get a 1-2-3 Sanchiku, which requires some effort. Yeah. 5 so pair up, 1-3-5-5. Has a north pair, but not north. Just not a great hand. Kanchan's everywhere. This has an east pair, and I have a 1-2-3-4 pin. So it feels fast but cheap. And this just feels slow. Maybe some sort of 6-7-8 Sanchiku eventually. 1 pin pair up. Now, to maneuver this to a potential reach pin Fu Ipeiko.
I was thinking even potentially Chanta with that 1 pin pair. There are a few 5s we have to get rid of, but a lot of shapes very close to the terminals.
2 Mons a miss. Going to hold the west still. 7 pin. Okay, this looks like Sanchiku is the plan. 5 pin. Well, there's another one of those 5s. Can't just go 3 mon and take the shunt, and that's probably what I do. Can't also throw the 5 back if you just say it's Pinfu. I don't care.
Yeah, we don't need to make it Pinfu. We don't need to make it the Chanta I was talking about either. Especially now we've gone and made a pair there.
All right. Well, there's a 1 pin. Not the ideal draw here. The problem is this Hatsu's Dora. It doesn't really fit. 3 pin. Well, that actually is a very wide shape. That's an Ishan 10 1 1 3 5 5 Tenpai on 1 2 4 and 5. As well, of course, Ryam and elsewhere fills. Well, that's a Dora pair up. This is definitely call and go territory. You don't even have to call the Dora.
Although we might have a chance.
Well, we might see the 3, or we might see the Dora. Does go ahead and get the 3 still.
Yeah, 1-1-3-5-5 is such a fun shape, but at the same time, you have to stay closed with it, which I think is absolutely fine, but we do see a lot of the... Oh!
Well, there's another Dora, so we're actually pair-locked on the Dora. But the East is going to get called, and those 2 Dora will end up being the pair, most likely. So, Ishan 10 for East Dora 2.
That is going to be a reach.
Well, it's Riichi Nomi. Not ideal, but you take it. Again, dealer Riichi, usually acceptable. Dealer Riichi, good weight. Unless you have a very good reason, you just always take it.
Especially when it's this early. If nothing else, it puts pressure on the other players. Gives them a problem to solve.
The old, how aggressive do we want to be against this? And this is a good enough hand to where it may go there. Sanchiku Dora 2. This hand, on the other hand, not so much. Just maybe Chitoi, but probably just out.
Yes. But
there's the 8. Deals in. Riichi Nomi. Ura doesn't look like it.
But Mizutani just continuing to get a few nice early wins.
Riichi Nomi had 1. Riichi Nomi had 2. Good enough as long as no one else wins anything. Nets 2,000 on this hand, up to 29.6. Still in first place. We'll have a repeat.
So 6 Honba, can it be beaten? Mizutani is here to tell us how. Maybe, perhaps. We'll see.
Well, at this rate, 6 Honba, the Honba are going to be worth more than the hand.
That's, yeah, honestly.
But has a Dora here. Feels kind of Tanya. You just see the 9 here. But in the 1-so pair, I think you just play normally and see what happens. And that appears to be able to play. A 3 is a Ryokan. 3-5-7. You really want that Dora. This hand is significantly worse. Double Penchon. You have a 5-5-6 and nothing else. This is, 2, 3, 4 possible Sanshoku routes here. You're going to have to maneuver around with that Manzu shape, though, to get if you want the Sanshoku. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6. Needing a 2, 3, 4. Of course, you can't only just cut the 1. 8 pairs up, but again, the hand's just so slow. Yeah. That looks like upper Pinzo, I think. No, it's a 6, so at least upgrades to Ryankan. Haku's a miss. 9 so fits in nicely. Could even go Itsu. I'd go 9 Mon. Yep, there it goes. East, again, just these load honors, hoping to pair something up, because just the rest of the hand is such a mess.
Yeah. Oftentimes, it's good to just treat 2 or 3 lone honor tiles as a block when your hand's just really, really, really bad.
West isn't going to do anything. 7, so
kind
technically
of
done 10.
Yeah, it's not a good issue.
I mean, it helps objectively, but you're just not thrilled.
No.
Riichi +1, I mean, you'll take it, but there are so many better choices.
Does seem that if she does get to Tempai early enough, she is going to take that reach. That is what we've seen so far.
Well, Riichi +1 could have. And if you draw the 6 pin, I would not take this Riichi.
Yeah,
because I definitely don't want to just throw the Dora out like this. I prefer the Dora, the Ishunten.
Yes.
6 pin, that's actually a really good. Yeah, I like this one a lot. This locks in the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku, and you can continue playing very normally.
Yeah, it also confirms all inside as well, just for a little bit of extra value.
And a band is the one here. 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, not going to happen. 6-0, not really that useful, especially the 8 having come out. This hand is also looking pretty good there with the possible Chun Sanshoku. 6 Mon, the only 6 that can't be used. Hatsu pair up, so I feel it's kind of call and go, but it feels ugly when you're in 4th like this. I mean, yeah, it's early, but you need something.
But at the same time, yeah.
7, of course, a miss. 3, a miss.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit unfortunate for Tsuchida. A little bit bad for you.
No, there's a Chun. Might see it called. It is passed. Wants the Sanshoku with the closed hand. Dora pair up. Well, I think it's just 5 so or 7 so.
Yeah, I think I'd be playing the 7 so here.
I think there are enough 9s out. The 7 makes a lot of sense. We'll keep the 5 here. This gives you the route for the Ipeiko, but it's still hard.
Another
Is there
pair
what,
up?
1, 2
really.
9s out? And there we're going to see our call. Just wants the Tanyao Sanshoku. Dora 1, waiting on Dora. Speaking of course, the tragedy here is means if it would have been passed, it would have been drawn.
That's true. But at the same time, you don't ever know that, right? And calling for Tempai
No.
is...
As someone that calls a lot, believe me, I've experienced my fair share of these.
Yeah, that's fair.
You got the 1, 2 here. Lock the 7 in for the Ipeiko, possible Chitoi.
Yeah, I never want to rely on Chitoi in times like that, but take what you can get. Speaking of pairs...
Well, we were talking about that shape not too long ago.
Yeah. And this time, actually, drawing a triplet's a good thing, potentially, because we can go for 3 concealed triplets.
Well, the problem is if you draw 4 pin, it's just going to deal in because you have to cut the Dora.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of possible deal-ins, make it a Chun first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you get the 2 pin, you can maneuver this around, or, of course, another Dora. But that 3 pin is really loose.
It is hard to justify playing the Dora, though. But we'll see. We'll see.
This Chun is trying to consider how greedy for... Oh, no, that's a 7 Mon. I'm just going to hold it for now. It says I want the 6 Kanchan instead of the 3, 3, 5, 7. That is just very much locking in. I'm using the Dora pair. I don't care.
Yes, I definitely respect that. It's kind of a step back, but it confirms certain things. I mean, you don't... Oh, well...
Oh, well, you can go... Well, I think this is Furiten. The 9, I think, is the 3rd discard here, and that maybe a 6 is the 7th. So we'll go ahead and take it here, though, Ishunten.
Yeah, I often say don't be afraid of 310 if you think there are enough tiles out there. I think the Wolf hand is to half the amount of tiles. So if you think you've got 9... So if you think you've got 8, assume it's 4.
No, there's another one. If that 9 goes out. Oh, there's the 4. This is Tempai. Would deal in.
It is a 310 Tempai. Could Pass on it for now.
This
Cut to
is
7-8.
one where just because you're in first place, you might not, but at the same time, you are dealer.
That's true. Also,
I almost feel the decision was already made when you cut the 7-7, and yeah, that's the plan here. Cuts it, deals in. Tanya Sanchigudora.
Mizutani is going to lose that lead. I think.
4,200. And starts off with those two Riichi Nomes and gives almost all of it back now.
Oh wow, it's going to stay
into first place.
If this match is going to stay this close the whole time, my heart's going to burst. It's always interesting when the game's sort of scrappy, right? When players are playing very fast, very loose, but maybe with the door, of course, it's always worth going for that value.
Yeah, and I like games like this. I don't like just the sit back, wait, and build the big hands and hope to sumo. I like every action being important. The chance with a lot more in a scrappier game. But we take a look here. Maybe a 678 or 79 Spanshoku. South is the Dora. Has a Hatsu pair here.
Big fan of cutting that 9, so the 8 as the first discard. Just because if she ever does get to Tenpai on the 6-9 way, I think we could see a 9 come out very, very quickly.
Yeah, so to go a trap with that, potentially. North here is going to slide it around. There is a possible Honitsu route. 5 so connects to the 7, 3, 4, 5, 5, 7. And there we see the Hatsu Pon. So not completely going for the Honitsu, but leaving it as an option. 6 pin connects to the 8 here. Not a great draw. You can throw it back. You can throw 7, so you can even go 9-9 if you really want Tanya, but it'd move the hand backwards. Okay, it goes with the 7, so.
Yeah, I don't think I'm greedy enough to go for 9-9.
June just keeps drawing
So
useless honors. It
yeah.
feels like that's one of those hands where the first 7 discards are going to be all of the honors, including potentially the Dora.
That moment when you just secretly ask, I wish Nagashimanga was on this rule set.
Ooh, that definitely makes me want to go Honitsu, and it's
Exactly.
definitely going to move that way. Holds the West here, of course. The West would be a nice thing to pair up as well. 8-mon, well, 4, 4, 6, 8, not great. Just the hand's a mess. 5 here, yeah, it doesn't do anything immediately, so just throws it back. 2-mon's a miss, throws it back. 8's well, a bit of a backfire with the 7.
Yeah, it's so sorry though. Okay.
9 pin extends the Pinzu shape here. You can cut 5 pin if you want to largely give up on the Ipeiko. You can cut 2 pin, I believe, is the most efficient. Instead, cuts the 7, so giving up on the Ipeiko.
I think that's honestly fair. I don't think I would ever expect to draw both of the 8 of Bamboo there.
Okay, there's your official backfire.
Yeah, that's so much worse. You're right. But again, don't be afraid of 3-10. I think this is one of those situations where you would want to stay and keep the 5-6.
Yeah, I think I'd cut 6 pin. Nope, going to throw it back. Has made the decision.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good sometimes, but sometimes, it's still a nice 2-sided shape. We'll see if it backfires.
Yaku, because it's sumo.
Also, that's true. Yeah, I guess it does confirm sumo. I never thought about it like that, but you're right.
Yeah, it's been a running joke, especially from the Chicago club, that they've spread out across at least the English community. Well, there's a West, doesn't do anything here, but going to hold it for now as a safe tile, not really buying the rest of this hand unless it does turn into that Sanchoku.
Yeah, a lot of people holding the West right now. It's okay.
That upgrades to Ryankan 468. Of course, it is tragic when you look at your discard and see 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 so.
Yeah, I try not to think about that sometimes.
I try not to think about it too, and I look down and I can't not think about it.
Yeah. Just quick, look at everyone else's discards. Try and think of something that they're doing. Try and get ahead. Think about literally anything else.
Exactly. He calls it down for Ishanten, giving up on the Honitsu. And I feel like this is when everyone says, okay, we're out of time, let's go.
Mizutani, though, interestingly, I think she's considering going for a Sanchoku.
Okay, well, there is Senpai waiting on 4-7.
Yeah, as much as this Sanchoku could happen, It's just a little bit too slow.
There's a lot of options here. There aren't that many bad discards from that hand.
Yeah, if I were the dealer there, I would be...
Oh, just sumo. There it is.
Go. So, Yamawaki
One
claims...
Han. Yamawaki pulls in 300, 500.
Not a huge win, but there haven't been any huge wins yet, so it is more than enough to sneak ahead.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't mind this game, especially with this format, that even if just it ends scores like this, the second place at 800 points is going to be enough to advance.
That's definitely true, yeah.
So there's actually a bit of an incentive not to have those just monster breakaway hands. If everyone can keep this into a scrub, it means the top two will advance.
Yes. Yeah, I like that strategy. Obviously, they're probably still wanting to win the big hands. What is this? Hang on. Okay, it's not that exciting, but three pairs and a triplet.
There's potential.
Yeah, it's a little bit exciting, but we'll see. We'll see.
It's a great build there. Has a Haku pair as well. 7 connects with the 5 here. Pinfu type hand. 6 pin is door. We see one of those here. Possible Itsu in Sozu. 8 so not great.
Yeah.
This is one where how greedy you want to be with the Yakuhai Chun? And the answer is, we'll hold it for a little bit. Speaking of pairs, one mon pair here. This feels like it's just call and go. It's just so slow otherwise. There you see the Haku. Is it called? Yes, it is.
Yep, makes sense.
I just don't see value here. Maybe you can shift down to get it at 2 Han, but that's about it.
Yeah.
And especially when you have those situations where you're potentially Shampon on the same Suji, you don't want that to be your last weight, the 1 mon, 4 mon.
Exactly so, yeah. The White Dragon could have been kept a safe tile, but just thrown away straight away.
7 connects with the 6. Now Ishun 10 for Hakunomi. 8 pairs up here. Can go Tanya, maybe cut in the east for the 2 mon.
Yeah, Tanya's doable, even maybe if she's lucky, the Sanshok, the 567. But either way, a little bit of luck needed, and that door is going to have to be drawn.
2 so. I mean, it connects with the 4. You go the 8 pin or the Chun here. I don't like throwing the 2 back. We'll throw the Chun.
Okay.
6. Well, I said there was the Dora slide. That's the only way. Now, you can, of course, pair up the 6. Then you have a very interesting hand.
Yeah.
That's how you build value. This is something I'm definitely guilty of, is call first, figure out my value later.
It definitely served you well in the Roddle, at least. Actually, you didn't call in that. You saved Dharma for most of those hands, if I remember correctly. And that is going to be Tenpai.
Yeah, well, because that ends up being Tenpai here for 1 mon, 4 mon. So they said he didn't want that Shampoo, but ended up stuck there.
Either way, though, it is a nice early Tenpai. We'll see if she's lucky enough to draw it.
Now, Hatsu's not it, and the hand that looks like it might be interesting at some point is very much not. Because it doesn't matter how good your hand is, it has to get there first. Oh, well, there's the end of the hand.
And it did. There we go.
Haku, Dora 1.
Again, it's staying nice and cheap, but that is a significant boost for Yamawaki, I believe.
Into first place now, and will be dealer in South 1.
Unlike the last game, unless we're going to be seeing a nice set of repeats later on. This has been a lightning fast game compared to the last one.
Well, if we don't have South 4-6, then maybe it will go fast, but that last game definitely had everything there at the end.
It did. So Yamawaki in the lead, but not by enough to relax.
Oh, pretty good
wow.
starting on
Yeah.
possibly Peiko. This also has an East, but you don't really want to have the East pair when you go to South round. A whole bunch of arms to get rid of. There are routes to make that Pinfu, but it's a bit of a mess. Speaking of too many honors, that is definitely how I describe that hand. 4 connects with the 6 here. Can use a 5 mon badly now, and of course the 4 is the Dora. That is now an Ishun 10. Would love to shift this to 2 through 4 Sanshoku. 1 connects to the 2, creates a Penchon. And again, the hand is still too many honors, and we'll continue cutting them. Hatsu's a miss.
Okay, hear me out. I know that we want to use the Dora, but what about a Chanta? get an outside hand instead. I think we got that pair of 8-man, which makes it a little bit trickier, but
You can, but I'm not buying it.
fair.
I just want to slam, take my Riichi Dora 1 if I can get there. At the same time, I'd prefer to go Tanyao.
And you know what?
Oh, well, there's
With
our
the 4-man, that answers our
sponsorship.
questions. This hand is now going by itself, so it gets to its destination safely.
Of course, the problem is that means you're going to need the 3. We see one loose here, and of course another is the Dora indicator.
That's true. Okay, well, maybe we don't need...
5. Well, you could also cut the 3-so here.
I would cut the 3-so first. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, this doesn't give up on the Sanshoku. It does lose a small amount of efficiency, but I think this is reasonable.
I think the other benefit, of course, is that if you do reach in a 2 or 3 turns, at least you're not reaching by discarding the 3-so. So there's some masking of your information. Whether that's going to work on these players, who knows, but...
Yeah. It's one of those things that pros do. Pros hide their wits a lot more than amateur players because there's a lot more reading going on. You have to set more traps a lot of the time.
That's, yeah, very true. Not quite.
4-pin. Nope, not it. 5. You can accept a Dora here. You go pay. You go 1-2. You could just throw it back. I like the 1. Keep the North the safe tile. You're not expecting to win this, but you're not killing off your chances.
Yeah, North is not actually safe.
Well, now your 5's your pair. That's just Ishanten. May have to cut the Dora on Tempai, though. 3. Oh, no. And you see the last 3 draws. 2, 3, 4-pin. Pico would have been there.
Yeah, again, just don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's fine. If I look at it, I'll be sad.
Oh, well, that is
Okay.
perfect Ishanten if you cut the Dora. Not going
Not
to.
acceptable.
Throws it back.
Also, given the hand might end up just being
Miss.
very, very low value unless we get that
You can see here the decision is, do I just want the safe tile? It's late, and yes,
Yeah.
it's okay. Well, plus, you can also treat that as, I just drew 2, 3, 4-pin back-to-back. Maybe I should take that as a side.
Yeah, that's fair. I try not to get paranoid about those kinds of things, but yeah, that's fair.
I have definitely done that before. The game just said, no, I will listen.
We shall see if the game decides to change its mind. Still half of this hands left to go. Although, not yet.
3 pins, still a miss. You have 2 players at that each hunted. There it is.
Fine,
Gets
step
the
by-
6. The 2 is useless. That is Riichi Dora 1, 1 4-so.
Again, another cheap hand, but Mizutani only really needs 1 or 2 of those. to
Riichi
sneak back
plus
in.
1 isn't necessarily cheap. It
That's
can
true.
be cheap.
Like Riichi Pinfu Sumo plus 1 with the lower flip. Yeah, absolutely. And there's that reward. We finally get.
Finally get there, but it's potentially Furi 10.
Yeah. The 369 weight.
If you really want to cut the 7-8 mon, we'll start with the 8.
The 7 is now safe.
Stared
which
at that
is
7 a
very
little
nice.
long, but that's
Yeah.
not the right tile.
But it does prove it safe. So. Yamawaki might be pushing that very well. She will be pushing that next.
Oh, yeah, if you can get Tempai, for sure.
Oh, the 8 comes
Ah,
back.
another 8. I mean, you know it's clear. The question is,
Yeah.
do you want to cut the 7 here? Yes.
Yeah, well, the 7 was
It
played.
says,
by
if
the-
someone else gets involved in this. Oh, Khan!
Gonna see a Khan. So.
Well, that's one way to get value. Now, 60
The-
fu on Roan, 70 fu on Roan, 60 on Sumo, and that's not a Sumo. The Condora is 1 pin.
Which is not going to pay out hugely for this reach.
That is Ishan 10. We'll shove the 7. It is Tsuji. There is a 4 pin in the discards.
Yeah, this is the benefactor of that Khan, but she's still not quite
Says,
there yet.
okay, we just want our Tempai. It's fine. Give my Tanya Dora wad. Let me out of here.
Definitely relatable when you see someone Khan. And the 7 has just been played.
Yeah, not just
How many
someone
left, though?
con, but the Riichi conning. So at minimum, you know
Yes.
they have the extra fu here.
Yeah, the 7 was just played, but obviously the second you make that call and discard from your hand, people know you're Shapes have changed.
Very likely Tempai. Well, that is an Ishan 10, but it's Furi 10 with the 1, so can't just go the 3 back. It is safe. It leads to the Riichi.
Can't see what she's drawn.
No, I think you just throw the 1 so anyway. Goes with the 7 instead.
Okay, the 4 in there does deal in, but also can be used. Not quite there.
2-mon's not it. Still that 1-4, so.
And we are going to see a reach here. So 3-6 now deal in to this Riichi.
This is possible Sanshoku.
Yeah.
Riichi Pinfu Tanya Dora possible Sanshoku.
Another deal in target's drawn, but I don't see Suzumiya dealing in here. She's out.
Well, this is a Tempai. It's still the Tempai. Do you shove the 3 or the 6? The 2s are kind of dying, but either of those could very easily deal into a Dora shape.
Yeah.
And break away.
Makes sense. The 2 of bamboo is safe. The 3 of bamboo is safe to one of the Riichis, not both. So she has an escape route for this hand. And this Dora 2 hand is just not quite getting there.
At the same time, the players that aren't in Riichi, just letting the dealer turn go by and paying 15 isn't a big issue. You just don't want them to sumo.
So wait, no, she doesn't deal in because tempo is just broken. Right. Sorry. Yes.
Yes. There it is. And again, this is a good result for basically everyone on the table. Dealer is passed. 3rd and 4th get some Tempai payments. The game gets even closer as we head to South 2.
Yeah, once again, as a reminder, top player on this one game gets the final 4 tomorrow and the closest second place. So, with the gap between first and second here being 1,200 points, maybe this is the table that gets that wild card in the final.
Of course, they say that, but at any time, one person should really pull away. There's 2,300 in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
And Mizutani going to be dealer here in South 2.
What can we spy on everyone's hands from this camera angle?
Well, that's a much better angle. And looks kind of Pinfu. That's a couple loose Yakuhai, but 2 Dora is what's getting my attention.
Yeah.
I just want to go Tanyao. I mean, if you pair up a Yakuhai, I guess you go with it, but...
Yeah, it's as you say.
Tanyao is old,
one
reliable.
does it. And Dora 2, that counts as big in this situation.
Yeah, especially with the 23 in the middle. This is kind of Pinfu hand as well, but needs some work. 3-mon would really help. Also, there's a Dora. This is a Hatsu pair. Is it definitely call and go? Especially considering that's Yamawaki, who would love to just be reasonably clear first with any hand.
Dora 2 dealer, Mizutani does pull a pair of Souths in the South round. And I can definitely see her calling that through.
8-pin gives a distant Itsu route, also creates a penchant. 1-mon's a miss, though. Chun isn't going to do anything. Of course, throw the Chun, draw a Chun.
Of course, of course.
One so creates a penchant here. We'll go ahead and cut the 2-mon. I think that's a 3-so. So connects you with your 4s. You can't just throw the Chun here. It's not useful. We'll go ahead and cut the penchant. Abandons the idea of a distant Itsu. 5 moves to 1, 3, 5, 7.
That is an interesting fill. It's not it's not perfect, but if we're going to be pawning anyway, I can kind of accept that.
Another pair up here with a 4. There's a Chitoy route as well.
That's true. Although the do see, I believe, Suzumiya with a... No, not Suzumiya. I swear someone has a pair of the Hatsu. There we go. It's Yamawaki. So if we do end up going on that Chitoy route, I can see that green dragon there slowing it down. It does go out though. Is he going to get called?
There it is.
It is.
And there it gets grabbed. But the hand's still not good.
Yeah, it can accept the Dora, but that's about it, really. That's the only good thing I can really say about it.
Yeah, and cuts the 8 to not accept 2 Dora. Oh, well,
Speaking
just draw
of the
a
Dora,
3rd one.
Yeah.
Really wants this South. Would love if the South gave out, but it seems to be held for a little longer at least. 8-mon, not the tile you wanted to pair out because it means the Dora is less useful.
Yeah. but we are going to see some action for this call. It's not...
Yep, it's Ishan 10. The idea here is just call the 1, get the 5, most likely.
Yeah. Maybe at this point, if you detect you're not going to be receiving Dora, maybe you just want to end the game, end the hand really quickly. Before someone else
with 23 in the middle, no one needs valuable hands
that too.
here.
Yeah.
Even Tsuchida would be fine getting 23 plus the 1,000 for winning a hand.
That's very true.
Oh, and we might see the South come out. Here it goes.
South's going to be called.
Ishunten now for non-Dora 3. And the 9 pin, it's back.
Yep.
And it's back in the pond.
It's fine. The 9 pin now has a friend. It's fine.
Well, now there's another one.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's Ishan 10. Potential Riichi Nomi.
Yeah, it's going to be stuck on that 3 of Bamboo Weight.
Yeah.
If only Tips were here, maybe Tips could make that 3 so weight win.
Now I see the 3. So the 3 pin go out. It just seems to be folding his hand. 1 pin is a miss. 9 so isn't going to do anything here. I think you just have to keep going.
Yeah. Like, in an ideal world, you draw it yourself and at least you get that pin through, but we'll see.
1 mon doesn't do much, but it's a relative safe tile now. 9 is a miss.
Okay, we're going to see a call for Tenpai here.
Now, one of the few tiles that doesn't help, but there's our call. Tenpai 3 6 pin.
And Tenpai
and
as
there's
well
the
for our Dora
expensive
3
hand. Waiting on 3 so.
There's actually a really slim chance it becomes 3 concealed triplets, which would be rather exciting.
You see that 3 so, and I don't imagine that's coming out anytime soon, but there are a bunch in the wall still. Well, that's Toy Toy. Doesn't want it. Really likes this 3 so.
I guess it is. It's not a sushi trap. Huh. I guess
just reads the
2
3 is good in the wall, and it is.
Yeah. Oh, the 5.
5. That is a Sozu tile, but it's not the right one. Nate, so again, just every decision here, you know if you deal it, it could be the end here. But you have to figure someone has that 7 Dora.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Just too easy to use if you see too many 8s. Oh, well, that's a bad tile. You kind of want to switch, but at the same time, it's a door indicator. I actually don't like this long pause because that suggests this exact situation.
Yeah, if there's a decision to be made, why is there a decision to be made?
We'll take the Shumpo, and this is on door indicator. Did not want to shove the 5. Or did not want to shove the 4. Of course, the option was the previous turn could have switched to the Toy Toy, would have been on that 4.
Somewhat useful draw, but at the same time, I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing this get pushed, given how far away it is at the end of row 2.
East is a blank. Where are the 3 so? Well, okay. I mean, now you just have to take it. That is 3-sided, 3 6 so, and 4 pin. Me and Totsu upgrade.
Ah, we have a pair of 3 so here.
Another 3 so.
Suzumiya's hand's actually getting better with every draw. I thought she was out, but no.
Well, she's trying to be out, but the wall keeps pulling her back in.
True.
Well, that's Tenpai. Will Dama here, waiting on 3 so. No Yaku.
I guess even at this point, just playing for the Tenpai payment might be worthwhile.
Tenpai payments are worth a lot here,
yeah.
Especially with how late it is.
And having the option to fold if you draw something really terrifying, it's perfectly fine in my book.
I think even just the cost of the 1,000 is pretty intense here.
That too, yeah.
Because you don't want to get any of the other players who are already picking up 2,300 if they win this hand, going to 3,300.
That's a very good point. So there's our last 3.
Well, that's not it. You figure the 9 is safe.
Yeah.
We'll throw the Haku, though.
Once cut. Yeah, once cut is fine. Not the worst.
9 so clears.
So,
Gonna be
three
three players. Whoops! I've done that more of the times than I like to admit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, I'm Tempai, I got there. Oh, whoops. But that means we will have our first repeat, I believe. No, it's a second repeat because we did have a Riichi Nomi earlier.
Yes.
Mizutani will get a repeat here. 2 Honba, 2 Riichi sticks. And Suzumiya drops to 4th place.
The nice bonus of it happening there is that there are only 4 tiles in the hand. At least you're not doing the full 14 tile hand.
Yes.
Well, yes. So 2 Riichi
26 in the middle. It's so huge here. And again, I keep hammering on this. Closest second place to their first place of the 3 matches will also get an advance.
Exactly. And Tsuchida there with a very fast opener. Well, assuming she gets the Yakai triplet. And I would absolutely be more than willing to call that when there are so many points on the table.
This kind of looks like a Junchan/Shanta hand, but throws the 9 back immediately. Wants to play Binfu here. This looks like a great Tanyao hand with all those Manzu. The 8 connects to the 7/7. Possible 79 Sanchiku. This is a Haku pair. And reasonably fast hand. Needs a 6-0 rather badly, though.
Speaking of.
Yeah, I see 2 of them here. So going to be harder to get that. 2-so will be held. Possible 2-3-4 Sanchiku with some shifting later. 3-so doesn't do anything, but neither do the honors. We'll cut the 1 pin instead, though. 8-so, well, that's a Dora, so you kind of have to keep it, especially with a 9 in the hand. Means you will potentially be on the Tenchan with the Dora indicator, which is one of the most annoying shapes.
We're going to see us get called? We are, absolutely.
Yes, we will. Ishan 10 can get the 5 pin or the 1-so. We'll go with the 1-so.
Yeah, given that we're going to have to be waiting on that 7 at some point, I absolutely support opening the hand up. Just in case it comes early, because it is the Dora indicator, as you say.
Yeah, one of the bigger advantages of opening with bad shapes is you have 2 people you can get tiles from, yourself and whoever is the poor sucker on your left.
Exactly.
We'll shut this down. He goes and cuts the 9. Now, still the same shape. Can shift it. Speaking of 7s, there's another one drawn in. So there's, one of those left now? Going to be very hard to end up finishing this hand.
Yamaki with an interesting...
No, there aren't any. Yeah, it's dead.
Yamaki just managed to potentially draw into a Sanshoki 1-2-3.
8 now upgrades this. You can just cut the west, can lock the 6 in. We'll go with the 6.
Okay, and maybe I'm wrong about that.
Pair up. You want the 1-2-3 Sanchiku, but it's just not happening. Can go 2-mon here. Can go 7 pin. We'll go with the 7 pin. That's a 5. It's not. I'd throw it back. We'll go ahead and throw the 1. I think I prefer hedging the Itsu here. I definitely want to open this shape. Well, we'll take the Ishanten upgrade here. Now you have a Ryankan 4-6-8-so. And if you have the Tempai with the 5, I think you just cut the Dora.
Finally,
again, that 26 in the middle is huge.
Yeah, exactly. Given that we're already in Sal 2.
Can shift this up from a 5-7 to a 7-8. 3 pins, a complete miss. 5-7, well,
if we're willing to commit the 3 as our pair,
I'd throw it back. We can throw the 3 and lock this in, but I want to keep the Sanchiku. I would throw this back.
Okay, that makes sense.
And does. 1 pin is a miss. 6 pin is a miss. 6-0 is interesting, but you already cut 1. You kind of have to throw it anyway.
Yeah. In a world we had the triplet 6 and a 7, I can see that maybe.
Oh, did like the 5s. So now the 5s and 6s are dying. So you know someone is going to have a penchant at some point.
Yes.
Okay, we haven't seen Dora. We're seeing all the 5s and 6s.
Yeah, at that point I start getting concerned to see if someone maybe even has a triplet of the Dora. Which
well, there's a Dora pair up.
Yeah.
4. Ew.
I like that. That's fine.
Is it?
I mean,
because you have a 1-so. Yeah, just throws it back. You have a 1-so in your pond, so you can't even cut the 6-8.
I mean, I guess I do like the idea of being able to then pair up any other tile. to make a head.
I
from
do.
That.
I'm usually a huge fan of Headless Each Hunt, but it doesn't really feel like it fits.
Yeah.
I might go 7-9 because I don't think you have another chance to.
Yeah, you get to keep that. You get to keep the Sanshoku. Oh
No,
you're
it says the 7-9 made you too scary right now.
I guess cutting Tazo and Dora is kind of a little bit scary. I can get that. But I do want that Sanshoku.
5. Okay, that's a
useful.
Kutsuki Ishan 10. Double floaters with the 5-pin and 6-mon. 9. Well, I mean, there is an Itsu that probably's already cut the 7.
Yeah.
We'll just hold the 9 anyway.
Speaking of Itsu, we've already
Well,
cut the
that
1.
is a Tanyao shift. You can cut Dora here. You could cut 9-mon.
Yeah, I think
I would cut 9-mon and plan to go Tanyao. But no, definitely believes in the Sanshoku. Oh, no! You can safely go 2-3, I think is what I would do there.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, that world where if we'd kept the 4, even though it would have been really, really low value, but still.
Well,
that
that's
is
Tenpai, just waiting on Dora. Riichi, Dora 1.
Yeah, well, keep putting another stick in. We do see, I think.
Now, we see this Dora's very loose in this hand, but
yeah,
maybe even a little away from it because it's Dora, but at the same time, that pot is so juicy. In a game like this, 3,600. And even here, Tsuchida isn't in a great position, but he's still tempted. There's such an incentive to push. I think with the early 7, I would shove the 8, but we've seen players at this table set all sort of Sotogawa traps.
Yeah, literally, I think, 2 or 3 hands ago we saw one.
Will basically fold out with the 7.
Another 8 drawn.
8. That is Tenpai. It is 8-9 Shimbun.
The question is,
do you have a choice?
So they reached.
I don't think you do.
We see a lot of the 3s, but that doesn't rule out a 3-6 weight.
It's Riichi Nomi, but just folds out. That surprises me. I think this is because it still has another dealer turn.
I think that and the fact that the scores are so close.
Oh, well, there you go. There's our deal in on the Dora. Riichi, Dora 1 gets the hit.
Flip.
No Ura, but ooh, that's a big win.
Yawaki finally pulling ahead.
Pulling way ahead.
It's 3,200 points, but also...
well, it's 2,900 or 2,600. Everything else was from the middle.
Exactly. And
including
how much
the
of a difference that has made.
That was, what, 3,900?
Yeah, I believe so. Still, it's not enough to just start relaxing, but having a 2,000 point lead is definitely very nice going to South 3.
Yeah, she'll definitely take this. Ooh, we see the double South and a Dora. Great starting hand. Would love to just pair something else to be able to call that South, though. You don't want that to be your pair. This is a Pinfu type hand. Can accept potentially Dora.
Okay, 5 dragons.
Not quite as good as I'd hoped, but
no,
yeah.
But...
You can dream, but you have to understand it's a dream at this point.
Yes.
Rather than a real hand.
Yes.
Abandons the 1-2-3 Sanshoku. 5. There goes our South. I imagine that is called. It is. That is the double South.
Yeah, given that
Suzumi would love to get even 3,900, jump at a reasonably safe second place.
Yeah, because we were talking about how getting top 2 in this is enough to get into the final, as long as the second is close enough to first, and the scores are so close right now.
Yamawaki has, I believe, opened up the biggest lead of the entire game so far, but even that's not a huge one.
Yeah, I think up to this point, no one was above 30,000 points.
6 connects with a 7. This is now headless Ishunton. I go 7-pin.
I think that's absolutely fine, yeah. I would be happy to do the same.
Because if I do end up drawing like 3-pin, I can even potentially use the 3-5. And yeah, it does go with it.
Yes.
Oh, the 8, the Furry 10.
That's okay. It's a 3-sided Furry 10 weight. I wouldn't be afraid of it. I'd embrace it. Give it a chance.
Well, I don't think you have a choice at this point.
Well, that too, yeah.
And that's not it.
No. Keeping
we'll cut the 5. The Hatsu Tonki is not a bad option anyway, if you do end up there.
I know we have a way
and now you have
potentially
an
out of
18
that
pair. You
10
can't even
shape.
pawn this for Tempai. Could choose the Tanya guaranteed
Are we
shape.
going to see this pawn? No, it's the 8 you
Nope.
skipped.
Doesn't keep the pay. Tuso, we'll throw that back as well. 6-pin connects with a 5 here. Wants to go Honitsu. The Chu and the one dragon that cannot be called. Oh, and that's a much wider Ishunt. There's our Hatsu. There's our call. I imagine it's going to be 1-2. Could cut the Chun.
Yeah, we see 2 Chuns cut already, so now's the time to give up on that.
Goes with the Chun. You really want the 2-Dora cash in, though.
Yeah. If I were her, I would be more than willing.
There's our Tempai waiting on 5-8 Mon for double South Dora 1. Oh, another 5.
Yeah.
There goes the 2.
That's
Definitely
gonna
going
make
for
the
the
5-8 look
Hornets at
safer,
this
though.
point. 2 on. No, it's safe at this point. 8-so doesn't do anything. There's the Sanjku with the discarded 7 early. You don't bother with it. Oh, and the 2 is back.
That is good info, though. It's good info for her. The more 2s we see, the more likely that 1 is to be safe. So, doesn't help her push without having to worry about dealing in. Oh, that's Tempai.
Well, that's just Tempai. You have to slam this, don't you? Yeah.
I think you do. The
This
7
is
is probably the safer of the 2.
Could Jama even, but yeah, it takes the Riichi. 3-sided Riichi, possible Tanya. But that's going to be a Chi down for Tempai, waiting on 4-pin.
So, 4-pin deals into 2 players. We have head bump. And
Another pair here. I think it's north-north.
Yeah.
I don't want anything to do with this hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
The problem is this is Tsuchida's last dealer turn. You don't want to give it up without fighting, but...
Yeah, I guess the other problem
How
is
do you
that because
fight
Yamawaki's
this?
the 1 in reach. If it was Mr. Tani, I wouldn't be as concerned about folding, but because it's Yamawaki, if she pulls ahead more...
then you don't have any... And yeah, just thinks about it for a while. Says, nope, this isn't it. And may end up just playing for that second place, ultimately.
But still, you can't have first place scoot up ahead even more. That's the scariest thing.
Last turn, so you know that's safe. And one north out. There goes the second one. 9-pin goes out. Ormon is safe. Everything's 8. Oh, do you cut Dora?
I don't think you can't cut Dora to the reach, can you? No. Do you cut 6? Okay, yeah, I was about to say... Cause
you have to shove one of them. With the 9 having come out, it's do you take the win rate or do you take the value?
Because part of me would have been almost tempted to go Kaku. Cut the White Dragons. But
Could
no.
go 3-so if you want to shift this down. Could also, of course, just break Tempai altogether. Shove the 6 anyway.
Commit.
Well, it's close. The 7 still in that 3, 6, 9, but not that 9. It's the Monzu.
That's a
They
very
were the
much
one
chance
last
time
turn,
just
so
goes
knows
to
it's safe
exhausted.
now. 6. Oh, it's so close, and that is the deal in tile.
The 7 is safe. It was just played, so she can stay Tempai.
Gets away from it. 3-so, 6-so Tempai. Or 3-so, 6 Mon Tempai.
Yeah, that moment when you really want to go for that better weight, but there's a better way. Oh, well, that 9 deals in.
The problem is we have seen the 6 push, so the 3-so might come out.
That's true. The 4 comes out.
Shoves the 4.
Deals in.
Deals into the expensive hand that is Honitsu, Hatsu, Dora 2, Mungan. Mizutani is going to collect a lot here.
Wow, if we're talking top 2 making it through and the scores being close, you couldn't really ask for too close of scores right now going into South 3.
The absolute worst case for Tsuchida, because even if you win, you now basically have to Hane Matsumo.
Yeah.
You don't have any other routes. Whereas Mizutani is honestly fine with a 1-Han second place win.
Yeah.
Yamawaki, of course, needs anything, and Suzumiya just needs to get repeats. And has a good hand to repeat, a Chun pair. The rest of the shapes aren't great, but now you see a 4, 5, 6 in there. It's workable.
Yeah, there's maybe a Sanshoku hiding in there if we squint and think 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7.
And this hand has a few pairs. It's just not there. It's not what you really want.
Yeah,
Similarly, this hand, well, okay, that 6-mon immediately fixes the hand. This is now a potential Pinfu Tanyo hand, which would be enough to overtake.
I do love Yamawaki just cutting Dora turn 1, though. Given that she's in the lead, just saying, you know what? I don't care who wins this hand as long as it's not worth anything.
And Tsuchida needs a good hand, and that's not it. Yeah. Well, this extends the Sozu shape. Could go 7-mon, 4-mon, or even 2-so, but I want to hold the 2-so.
Yeah, I like keeping the 7-mon just because the 9 is the Dora.
6 is send that to Ryankan. 8, so I mean, it connects with the 6-6. Maybe just go with an honor instead goes to the lone 1. 2, well, gonna hold it for now.
Yeah, I do feel kind of bad for Tsuchida. She's got that Dora, but it's just, and she needs value. She needs to make some. Yeah, well.
That Ryankan is less than it. I almost want to throw it back. I would throw it back.
Yeah, I think that's honestly fair. I'd be angling towards either Sanshoku.
Your routes are 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku, Itsu, or even Honitsu. We're just gonna Dora and figure it out later.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think the 3 really fits into any option.
That's where I was.
And you can see the long pause here of, wait, what is my plan?
I think it's honestly fair, especially in all last. Just take a moment to actually think. Like, what do I need to get? What kind of value do I need? How do I get these? How do I build the hand that makes that work? Yeah.
Yeah, eventually gets to the same conclusion.
I think it's perfectly fine, especially considering we haven't used up the whole clock to take the time and actually think it through.
3 connects to the 4-so, can definitely go Pinfu here. The plan here is just pair of the Dora. But there's our pawn of the Chun. And Suzumi just doesn't care, just needs to repeat.
Yeah.
3 completes the penchant here, could go south or 2-mon, goes 2-mon. You'd have the pair of the 5, so it's reasonable. Cuts the Hatsu here. 3, so ew. Chitoi? I kind of want to just cut 1 pin.
Honestly, yeah, I guess. If you're going to do
Chitoi... Something cut to Hanemon?
I would keep the 1 pin if I'm coursing Chitoi. I would cut something like the
2-mon
or 5 pin.
Okay, we'll do it with the 5 pin.
Just because if you are going to be going for Chitoi, and as if you can mask it well enough...
Speaking of 5 pin...
Well, yeah. Out just in time.
Indeed. 4 kiss for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6 connects very nicely. 7, on the other hand, does nothing, so it's going to get thrown back. Haku is a miss. 1, so... Yeah. There's a shift down to a 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku, but everything's ugly. We'll take the Ryankan. Double Ryankan.
Yeah, Yamawaki doesn't need value. She just needs to win. So trying to force Sanjiku is...
8, so pair up. Now you can pull in the 6 or the 8 and just cut the 2, 3 and not have to worry about it. You do have Ochizuke 3, 6, 9, so 9-mon, but you don't really worry about the 9-mon. It doesn't believe in the 9-so pawn, so we'll throw that back. Of course, that 8's what you really wanted. But certainly not what Yamawaki wants. And there's going to see our pawn, and as mentioned, goes to the 3-2 cut. 1 pin pair up. So now Chitoi Ishanten. Which one do you want?
I would be probably cutting the 8 pin here, just because it is once cut. Although the 4-so is going to be doing
I think the 4-so looks really bad on this pawn. I'd throw it. I like
that's also fair. Either way, I think they're both tiles we want to be getting rid of before Tenpai, ideally.
Shifts the Ryankan up, and now I'm going to hold the west here as a safe tile. Speaking of west, back it goes.
Unfortunately, already discarded it. Can't take that Furuton west. Wait. Dora.
Well, there's the Dora, but of course no one can really use it yet, other than the Chitoi, of course. 6-pin pair up. Ugh. Yuck.
Yeah.
It gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
8-so, not it. 8-so actually looks okay to me, but it's going to get thrown back anyway.
Technically a sort of guard
and
trap.
It will be cheat now. Tenpai on 6-9 pin to end the game. Or no, that's not the game. That's Suzumiya, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, who'd be the dealer, so that'd be a repeat.
She'll need to get many repeats on the bounce, but that would definitely help.
Doesn't want to throw in with this 5. He doesn't do anything immediately, but thinks there's a tempai. Which there is, but that's not the DLN.
North is twice cut, so it does make a good 7 pairs weight, unfortunately. Another pair.
So, no. I keep going with North, I guess.
Yeah.
You can go 1-2 mon and just lock in the Tanya if you plan to call. And that seems to be the play. Goes with the 1.
Guess the North kind of does the same thing, but...
Oh, the 6 feels so bad, but you have to throw it.
Yeah.
4, it's a pin, but it's not the right one. 9 shows also a miss.
Okay.
4. Well, that's headless tempai if you cut the 6, so... You can also cut the 6 mon since it just came out. But 6-0 is definitely the widest Ishunten.
Yeah. She's thinking.
Tough decision here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Says the 6 cleared, we'll just deal with it.
That's
the 9 pin, that is the deal in tile.
And
out it goes!
So Suzumiya gets to take a just a small win for now, but she gets to keep a dealership, and we go again.
500, yeah, and Tsuchida's position, that's a really bad hit. Even 1500 makes this just about impossible. This Haneman Sumo is what, 15,000? That only gets third.
Yeah.
So now you have to figure out a Baimon or Haneman direct on one of the 2 leaders here. So Tsuchida probably out at this point, but Suzumiya just has to keep winning. Yamawaki just needs any hand, and Mizutani on any win, even just a 1-on 30 roan, would be 100 behind first place, which I'm gonna say that's enough to punch a ticket to the next round.
I'm pretty sure that would be enough.
All right. Well, this is a Pinfu type hand. Has a Dora here. You do have that Penchon 1-2 to fix, though.
Yeah, either way, just clear Strapple for now and see where it goes.
This is similarly a Pinfu type hand, but a Ryankon 4-6-8 in the Monzu, along with the 2-3-4. This has a Chun pair, can call and go.
Yeah, Mizutani doesn't need value, so she can absolutely just get that cheap hand, as we were talking about.
Pairs,
1, 1, 3,
you
5,
have to go
5.
Chitoi. The only way you're getting this is Chitoi.
Yeah.
Is Ritsumo, Chitoi, Dora 2, Ora 2. But the problem is, other people just want to go fast.
Yeah. When 3 players are blitzing, it's really hard to make the value. It really is.
It's doable with Hanemon, but hard. It's just about impossible if you have to make 5 on.
Yeah.
3's a miss. Still looking to pawn that Chun. Is there any sort of Junshan route? No, there's not. 1 pin extends the shape 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. But the problem is that loses your Pinfu routes. The 7 connects. This is now Ishan 10. You can just go ahead and cut the 2 pin. I think you always do. I was thinking about it for a while. Is there a Tanya route? I've definitely been in that situation. Is there a Tanya? No. But I have 2-1, so is there? No.
No. It's also just, I think, sometimes maybe using your thinking time sort of earlier.
Yeah, I even if I get this lousy weight, do I Riichi? Because that 1,000 could be very important. Oh, there's our Chun.
It's going to get called.
Now, Ishan 10, imagine this is 4-2 pin. Ishan 10 needs the 3-6-0 and 6-9 pin. 5 pair up.
Yeah, if Mizutani gets a Dora, she's definitely got enough value to get first, but we said this, the second is more than enough in this situation. The scores are so close, they've got to be. It's got to be. Unless someone causes an upset right now.
4 is not it. Threw it last turn. Hatsu's a miss.
I guess Tsuchida...
Chitoi tile, because there's 1 out, and you figure they're all on the wall at this point.
I think that would be a good pick, yeah.
Yeah, I like the Hatsu. The problem is these are pro players who hold on to those Hatsu, those random honors as safe tiles forever. Oh, and okay, that was the correct tile. Just all of them immediately flow out. The last one on the wall, and now you look like a genius.
Yeah, exactly. 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116,
2, and that's the last one, so that's not going to be of any use to anyone. 8-so doesn't do anything. There is a 6-7-8 Sanshoku route if you really want it, but likes the 4-floater for the possibly Peiko upgrade.
Yeah, no point forcing it when the scores are that close. The 3 does
And
eventually
this
come out.
East, on the other hand, will be held.
We see a lot of the 3s discarded, we see a lot of the 4s discarded, so it does make sense to get rid of that 3 from the 1, 1, 3, 4, 5, 5.
There's the first East, I believe. 1 pin's useless. South, not it. Still Shunton, Ryaman. 5 pin Onko. Well, I guess if you go Su Onko, that would do it.
That would put you one way. Is 3 Consiltrums enough with reach? No, you need Flipperos. No, not quite.
Yeah, you need more here. Oh, there's our Tempai. 6 pin, 9 pin. Of course, the 6 is Dora, so any win on that would be first place. Sumo on the 9 would also be first place. And of course, any direct hit on Yamawaki would be good enough.
By my count, there are 5 tiles remaining. So, we'll see if she's lucky enough to draw them. Will this game end
the
here?
8 pin feels bad, but that is not the deal in tile.
The other thing is that she doesn't
it doesn't feel great, but you have to throw it. You have no choice here.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where sometimes you just gotta go. So that was give up entirely.
He's going to call this, and the question is: this is a K10 play? Okay, there is a route to Tanyao, but it is desperate. Well, there's a Dora pair up. That's never coming. Well, no, it's not Dora. That could be the deal in. But we'll keep the Ishuntin here. Again, that deal's in. It would be dropping to second.
That's actually a really good point.
A miss.
You don't
you figure Mizutani doesn't have any value, but 1,300 would drop. At the same time, the Tempai means you know we're going to drop you anyway, so if you get there, you may just have to shove it. Maybe you just hope it's not some 6-6-7-8 weight. Or 6-6-7-8 shape where you're dealing to Dora too.
I saw the pinsies there for a second, got excited. Not quite. There's another deal in tile.
There's the Dora, but that's the Chitoi draw that was desired for the whole hand. It's actually a great draw. The Baimon now is at least possible without having to resort to Suanko. Three-so pair up. Now Ishunten. I'd have just cut the 5.
Yeah, I guess. I guess from Tsuchi's perspective, she needs the value, right? So,
Or there's Tempai. If you throw the 9, you deal in, and the game is over. You can also cut the 7.
7 is.
We'll cut the 7 and Dama.
And
just Tempai with no Yaku.
But still, Tempai's Tempai, given the situation. We got a 3, 5, 7 hidden inside that 3, 4, 5. But I don't know how I feel about cutting any of these.
I'm never cutting Dora. It's always a Chitoi. That's your route to Baimon. I think the 5 should have gone out last turn.
Fair.
There goes the 7 because it got cleared.
And the 9 gets drawn.
Sumo Nomi is good enough.
Well done. I believe that was Yamawaki.
I believe it's Yamawaki as well. The one home bus of 400, 600.
And the very interesting thing is the gap between Yamawaki and Mitsutani, 3,200 points. It's very close.
It is doable to catch that.
You can, absolutely.
With our final game, but you feel reasonably confident for Mizutani.
But yeah, congratulations.
To all serious, who will be advancing to the finals now. Yamawaki, there you see it, 33,200.
Just that moment of relief, I guess, after a really tough match.
Mizutani, like, man, I really would have liked to have that last hand. Even being 100 short would still be fine here. The 3,200 I have to sweat it out a bit. Suzumiya, it's over for her. 20,300, and Tsuchida just couldn't get it on the very end. Stuck in Ishunten. The eternal problem with Chitoitsu.
Exactly. But what a game. Close. A lot of very cheap
Slow,
hands.
stressful the whole time. I like the action plays.
Yeah.
And again, something I mentioned fairly early on, the incentive structure tells you don't want anyone pulling away from the pack. So
That's
it can
true.
be very scrappy. And this game definitely was. Even there on the end, the sumo nomi to shut everything down.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think she had any other Yaku, right? She just took the sumo. Yeah.
Yeah, it was sumo nomi on the 9s, so it was good enough. Of course, both players were waiting on that 9.
Yeah.
But with that, I think we have some new commentators here.
We are both swapping out for the wonderful Dave and Jen.
Although I think Dave is not quite here yet, so maybe we should take a short break and check out what's going on.
Yeah, Dave, of course, one of our sponsors at Sparrow's Nest, has been dealing with a lot of activities at Sparrow's Nest. Today is apparently their teaching day, so we're trying to pry him away from that to take over here.
Yes. Do check out the Sparrow's Nest. No,
My call times were a little bit early today. Usually they're a little bit late, but and usually they're a little bit early, but today was a little bit late, I guess. My call times were too early.
All right, so we will then plan to take a 5-minute break and then be back with the last game.
Absolutely. So, will they be able to get a closer second place than 3,200 points? Which team will make it through? We'll have to find out very soon. back, everybody. We can't find Dave right now, so it's me. Hello, I'm here for all 3 games today. It's only midnight in the UK, it's fine. But yeah, hi Jen, how you doing?
Yo! It's only midnight, but man, 3 hours. That first game was just a marathon.
It was fun though. I just didn't know at any point because the last dealership lasted basically the entire second half of that game.
Yeah. I mean, when it's only one game, then the last dealer always has a chance to come back and take over first place. So
yeah, she managed 6 dealer repeats. It was very impressive, but sadly not quite there. We do have...
Not quite there, and I think the difference also ended up being more than the second game. The second game, only 3,200 point difference, so that looks promising.
It does,
We'll see what happens in the third game.
Exactly so. So, for our third game, we will be seeing, representing Team Map in the East seat, now Arizawa. Wait, no? Yes, representing Team Map. I think the team logos are from the previous match, so we're going to pretend that they're not here. Representing Team ML Stadium, we have Miyuki Nagata from the South Seat. In the West Seat, we have, representing Team TF Channel, Hina Hinata. And representing Team Heartland, in the North Seat, we have Eureka Seto. I recognise a lot of these names, and I remember enjoying watching them play. But will they be able to get...
Eureka Seto has been in, it feels like she's been in every game for the past, 2 weeks.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, she's been around a lot. It looks like we will have a Dave in about 4 minutes if we want to take another very short break. Or we can just talk about what WRC has been doing for a bit.
Do. Yeah, if you've got stuff to say, I'd love to hear.
Oh, actually, we can start with, Garth and I did our first fully Japanese show in years. We used to have a fully Japanese show weekly called Nani Mono Dasho. And we started out with Shinya Mita, who is another member of JPML, and he started out as a comedian, as a pair. We call it manzai in Japanese. And so the 3 of us started I guess it's kind of a podcast. It's like a weekly variety show kind of thing that we are doing on Ustream and Nico Nico. Does anyone remember Ustream?
I do remember Ustream. I used to stream on Ustream back in the day.
Oh, really? Yeah, so we were on there, and we had a nice little following, and so JPML offered us a chance to do a world news show to give news about the international happenings, which of course is mainly centered around World Reach Championship, World Reach League, and everything. So we reported in Japanese about the commentary we've been doing here and about what the leagues have been doing. We had the league finals on the 23rd of March.
If you haven't seen the VODs, they were very good. I watched both of them. I was there for one of them myself. For the World Reach League.
Yeah, I think everybody has.
On the WRC channel, the way channel we're on right now.
Yeah, I think that is one of our most watched streams ever. It was really, really good. There was some problems with the Ron connection, but Kyle did an amazing job of
yes, I remember.
keeping everything interesting for a few hours. It felt like hours, but a few minutes while we were getting everything set up.
Oh, that was. I'd forgotten about that.
You did an amazing job. It was great, and
it was definitely fun to do, and I hope it was fun to watch. So yeah. But yeah, speaking
so
of
we played
other,
the last.
So speaking of other online events, we do have the World Reach Online Team League, which recently finished.
Yes. So we will be commentating. So World Reach Online Team League is actually a JPML event that it cooperated with WRC. So it is a WRC event as well, but it's run by JPML. It was first proposed and everything by JPML to be the first Pro AMA League, International Pro AMA League. And so we'll be streaming the final table for that on April 19th at the normal start time for Rado, which is 11 p.m. Japan time. JST, I guess. And that turns out, I think that's 9 a.m. Eastern. It's just, I don't know, whatever the normal start time was for y'all, but after daylight savings. So Garth and I will be commentating that.
I say, yeah, you and Garth can be, hopefully it's going to be really fun to watch. I'm going to make sure I tune into that. Is there a way we can access that? That's through the video description or something like that, or maybe through the Discord?
I will be on the JPML channel, so yeah, we'll definitely put up links and stuff once the show is made, like the show is made in YouTube.
Awesome.
Once the link is available, we'll be linking that. I was gonna say something else about that. Oh, I'll be coming back from Taiwan that day.
Oh.
So I'm going to Taipei to play in the Mahjong Masters, which is Taiwanese Mahjong. It's gonna be interesting because I haven't played Taiwanese Mahjong in years, so I've been practicing a bit. I've been taking Chinese lessons again to prepare. We'll have a Riichi event in Taipei on April 17th. Just like a kind of meet and play. Just come play and have fun with Riichi. So I know at least a few Riichi players in Taipei will be showing up to that event. So I'll do that on the 17th, and then Mahjong Masters on the 18th, which is also broadcast. So if you're interested in Taiwanese Mahjong at all, I'll be playing on their broadcast channel. It's gonna be nerve-wracking.
Got to look that up and cheer you on.
It's so fast and so much calling, so it's a really different pace than Riichi Mahjong.
Yeah, I think the main difference is Furi-ten, right?
Furi-ten, I think the biggest difference is 16 tiles, actually.
Oh. I'm gonna have to look up the rules for that. I see.
Yeah, it's 16 tiles, so the hands are all different. There's no minimum yaku requirement. And like Renchan is so crazy expensive. I think that dealer gets an extra, like, it's done by points, so instead of Han they have Tai, and each Tai is worth 200, so it's not exponentially like multiplied, it's just regular multiplied.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's new scoring system and a language that I only speak very poorly conversationally.
But still, though, it's
should
awesome
be fun,
that you can speak the language, and yeah, it's awesome that you're not just going to play other forms of Mahjong, but spreading Riichi around the world.
Yeah, we'll have a Riichi event and a book signing and stuff like that. So, always gotta have Riichi incorporated, and that was one of the first things they said to me when you do want to play, and we can have a Riichi event too while you're there. So, and if I advance, then there'll be another session a few months, like 2 months later. So instead of advancing on the same day, they have like 2 sessions a week, I think. And you only play 1 session, and the top 2 move on, so it's tournament style.
Okay.
So I'll have to go back to Taiwan again. Oh darn.
Yeah, that's. I'm sure you can make it through, but also, that's an investment. But still, yeah, sounds like a really nice way to spend a day or 2 each week. Why not?
We had the wrong team. This is the wrong team logo for Now Arisawa, by the way. She's team map.
Yes. Yeah, I did say that when
I'm
okay.
so sorry.
It's alright. We will see her logo when we get into the game, I am sure.
But do you still have the screen for Dave and I?
I do indeed.
Okay, we can go to that and introduce. Welcome, Dave. Sorry to pull you away from Mahjong spreading activities.
No, it's all good. I'm glad to be here.
And we're really glad you're here.
Oh, it's still going.
It's still going.
So long.
It's still going.
Oh wow.
So also we haven't commentated together in so long, so I was excited for today.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's really good. It's really great to be here. Yeah, so we do our weekend events, so it's from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. So we've got a pretty full house right now. We had a lot of people here to learn and play, and it's really exciting.
Oh, that's really good.
Awesome.
So hopefully there's enough teachers to cover you for about an hour and 15.
Yeah. I've been able to sneak out and found some decent sound isolation here, which is pretty good.
Oh, good. Don't you have a TV screen that you could play this on while you're commentating?
We do. It's a little tricky because we have stuff set up in the front, so we're looking to see what we can do to be more to have more watch parties and stuff like that, because this is such a great opportunity for people to kind of see high-level play.
Yeah, you know, in the JPML dojo, they have a few TV screens which have the timers for the normal dojo play, but they're always playing the JPML YouTube videos, just like on loop. So that would be pretty cool if there was something like that you could do as well.
Yeah, it's something we're looking to build out a little bit. We have to make sure that we are ready to do like modifications to the space. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we want to do here in our new next year of operation that is going to be really exciting.
Nice. Can't wait to be back eventually as well. But shall we get into the game?
For sure.
All right.
All right. Classic orange table.
Yes, it looks like an Ultima. It's actually a Rex 3. I don't know how they got the orange casing because I've never seen that on a Rex 3 anywhere else, so it must be totally custom.
Oh wow! And I was gonna say it looks like an old style skirt too.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, I know that JPML does like custom Rex 3s because they have Rex 3s in the dojo that don't have auto high pie options.
That's great. That looks. I'm like, that looks just like my old. Oh man! All right, let's see what we got here. Some pretty good shapes.
Yes, the dealer is Arisawa from Team Map. And she has been also she was doing really well in the individual finals, so we've covered her a lot in the past few weeks.
All right, we have two hands that are very pinfu looking and two hands that have a lot of shrapnel in them, although we have some at least useful pairs. South pairs up. We have a Haku pair over here. 3, 4, 5 fills, which is nice.
Yeah, and this is a one game only. Winner takes all, basically. So the first place play. Oh, look at the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku opportunity there.
Yeah, and that Haku gets passed, which is kind of nice. We're not going to sprint in the first hand.
Yeah, I imagine the second one gets called, but a lot of times pro play people want to fill in the rest of their hand a little bit earlier than Haku. And of course, in these rules, you really want to try and aim for reach because of the Ipatsu and Ura options.
Yeah, you need to get that. Don't pass up that extra value. Onko of 3s. Okay.
Yeah,
We're going to keep that Haku chance.
Yeah, Haku chance. A lot of times it's good to keep only 2 pairs in the hand. So the 3, 3, 4 could work as a pair or an open-ended. Wait, but since she also has the pair in the 7 characters and the Haku, plenty of chances to reach there. Really flexible and efficient hand.
Itsu chance being held on to. Right here. Yeah, we're holding on to that Itsu opportunity. And that 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku.
And Sanshoku, yeah, I love it when there's both options available. Oh, Dora, next to Dora draw.
Yeah, so fills in the 4, 5, 6.
Right, to use the Dora.
That hand's come a long way.
Nakata is also the South Sea, and she has a pair of Souths in her hand. So with the Dora fill-in, or the Dora sequence fill-in now, we may see a South Pone.
Yeah, that could be a solid amount of value. Ooh, it's a lot of pairs. 2 Dora.
Yeah, I think probably the 1 dot is the best here. You have both sequences and all pairs with a Tanyao and 2 Dora option. But she goes with the 2, so she is locking it in, not hedging the all pairs.
Oh, you should always hedge Chitoi. You never know when it's Chitoi time. Oh, there's a 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, with a couple of 8s, there could keep it for a 7 bamboo fill-in. Maybe get rid of the side weight there. Yeah. The 1, 2 side weight.
The 1, 2. Another Dora, 5, 6. 9 out.
She kept that 8, 6 for the Dora acceptance and draws it perfectly for an open-ended rather than the 7 bamboo middleweight with no Dora.
Yes, it's a great structural upgrade.
And I see
5,
it.
7 fills. Now we're Tenpai. Oh, we slam it for the 7-mon Haku weight.
And that's why she didn't pull in the first Haku, so that she could reach with the Haku weight.
Hopefully
I
snap
love
this.
it.
We're giving up on that Sanshoku. We're going to back down, it looks like.
So this hand is interesting because she cheated without a Yaku. And or pawned without a Yaku, sorry. The Yaku is the south pair, so she needs to triple that up to get a Yaku. So she needs to, we call it backdoor into it. In Japanese, it's nanbaku, so south back.
So we're Tenpai, but that 6-so is a risky.
Yeah,
Back
right
in
next
my
to
day.
the Dora.
Call that a risky disky.
She's gonna go for it. It's East 1, and it's winner takes all.
She
She's
goes
gotta
for
push.
it.
And she's a dealer.
All right.
Can't back down as the dealer. Interesting feeling. She could, yeah, she'll pivot to the Tanyao option. Just one away for Tanyao now. So now she actually has the Yaku and doesn't need to do the backdoor to the south anymore.
And those souths give her a little bit of safety.
And fills in, waiting for the 2-5-8. Of course, she's using 3 of the 8s in her pawn, but with 2 reaches, it must feel like a good kind of sneaky Tenpai.
Yeah. See if that 1-so comes up. No. Okay. No, we're done here.
Yeah, the 6 was safe, and maybe now she's kind of wishing that she hedged the all pairs hand. But the white dragon comes out from the. She was Tenpai and hoping that it was on the safer side, but it was not.
Yeah, that's 3 and 40 for 5,200. Total 7,200 with the 2 deposits. Hinata pulling into first place as we move to South 2.
Yeah, that's right. I think if she wasn't Tenpai, I think there's a good chance she would have folded that. But with having the Tenpai already and two reaches, that it's really hard to defend against 2 reaches.
Yeah.
So the white dragon is pretty standard discard there, I think.
There's a lot of pairs here.
Pretty veteran player. You always see the name. You always remember the name because her name is Hinata Hina. Hinata.
Oh, you got some good shapes here too, but then a lot of pairs sitting at the end.
All right, and yeah, she'll push towards the all pairs and not keeping the open-ended weights.
Sounds good.
Ooh. Ooh. Just one away here. Keeps the middle tile just in case something sticks to it for a better weight.
Yeah, the 8 goes with the 6.
You can tell that Dave's been teaching today.
Oh, so much good stuff in this hand, but the 7 doesn't get kept.
That's a rough one because the 7 actually gives you an extra option for the bamboos. So you gotta decide if the 6 if the potential of drawing the 6 bamboo is worth it, or if you want to leave the option for something sticking to the 6 dot for the open-ended.
Yeah. Ishanten on Chitoi. All right, everyone's locked in on what they need now.
Yeah, it's just
So
the
we're
kind
going
of
fast.
draw and discard till you get something. There's something that's 6 to the 5, 6.
5, 6, 7 comes together. Do we get rid of one of these dragons?
I mean, the rest of the hand is just kind of so crappy that it makes the decision a little bit harder. Triple up for the 3 character. Deciding which Ishanten shape to take. I think discarding the 2 is actually most efficient, but you end up without a pair, so she discards the 7 instead.
Still hoping for Chitoy. Throwing a Dora. It's gone. 9-so's gone. Haku gets passed over. Oh, and now we
yeah,
have a Chun
that's
pair
why
also.
yeah, that's why you keep those over the kind of crappy weight middle tiles. I would say mid tiles, but that could just mean mediocre tiles.
Yeah, kind of mid tiles, yeah. No
This is just
7.
locked in.
No.
Yeah. Locked into the all pairs. Oh, there's another pair.
Another pair.
So you could discard, but doesn't want to discard the Dora. This is a pretty tough decision. You want to be able to pawn the red dragon and the white dragon, and also, yeah, keeps the 8 characters as a pair in case she can pawn both of them. But here comes a reach.
There's a Tenpai 5-8 mon.
And something
Ooh.
did sort of stick to that 6 dot that she kept for so long. I think
Yeah, it's
that
like
if she kept that for a reason, she might discard the pair of 1 characters, but with that reach, can't feel good about that.
I was gonna say the 6 dot's actually I think the efficient discard here, but scary. Onko of 9 mon.
Mm.
Let's get rid of
No
it.
Suanko dreams. Yesterday we decided that we are going to start commentating on how many Shanten every hand was away from Suanko for
Onko.
concealed triples.
North,
But
safe to throw. Oof.
so many pairs in these hands.
Dora comes and goes. And now we are Tenpai here. Do we take it for the 2-5? Do we take it for the 1-3? Or do we not take it at all?
I mean, as dealer, I think she really wants to take it. There's 1 Dora out. But she'll
Yeah,
wait for
we
it.
take it for the 2-5. There's that Haku. Are we calling it? No.
No, the rest of the hand is just too. I mean, if she ends up temp by anything, it's going to be an all pairs hand as well. This is definitely a Toitsuba board.
Yeah. Oh, some decisions have been made. Yeah.
And afterward fills in that annoying middleweight to bamboo.
Oh no, the 3. More pairs.
Went away now.
Yeah, I was gonna say the hand might make it yet. All right. Following suit.
Yeah, 3-2 bamboos discarded in a row. That one's safe, so everybody else will discard the ones that they were hanging on to.
Onko of 8.
That means it would have been only 3 away from Suanko, but she discards a pair, so it's 1 further away now.
There goes an 8. Everyone's just in full retreat here. It's
Yeah, they're
unfortunate.
really wary about that 1 character. Based on I think it's a 2 character reach declaration. So nobody wants to discard the 1-4 character. And
2
just 1
Tenpai,
player
2 no
Tenpai.
10. All
So
right,
Nagata will get her second turn at dealer.
another chance to make it big.
I think the most of the dealings you're going to see probably are going to be reach battles against each other because people don't want to deal in and get really far behind all the rest of the players. So that notice nobody's over 30,000 yet.
You're not as
And
close.
yeah, nobody. Yeah, it's close, but nobody's willing to risk being the first one down in the 10,000s
Mm.
without something really big to fight for. Oh, what do you do here? I see this, and I know
So
there's a
much
pair.
Dora.
Yeah, I really feel like going for like a flush hand, but
Yeah, like that's what my heart says too. Is like, well, that's how you turn that into value, but it's hard.
I mean, yeah, with 3 dwarf, there's already tons of value, but it just looks like it's so easy to pivot to the flush. But she doesn't even think about it, which is why she's on that table and not me.
Well, it's a decisiveness. It helps. Now we have all 4 eights so sitting in that hand. 789 fills in.
Yeah. Producer reminds us that the first player or the first place team on this table will move on to the final table, which we'll broadcast tomorrow. But if you notice, there's only 3 tables, so that means only 3 teams advancing to the final. So there is 1 wild card, and
Huh.
whoever has the smallest gap from first place, the second place team with the smallest gap from first place, will move on as well. And right now that gap is 3,200 points, held by Team Fusion against All Serious. All Serious moved on in that table, and Fusion was only 3,200 points behind.
I see. Interesting.
So
I
the
guess that encourages
advantage
everyone
of
to
being
play as close as possible.
yeah, the advantage of being the third table is that you know what the differences are so far, and you know exactly what you have to beat.
Mm.
And there's room to aim for second place instead of just first place. So it will change the dynamic a little bit from the first 2 games.
Ooh, we got a pair of easts here, which could allow for a quick exit with that hand.
Arisa will pawn her seat win to the north. Probably
There's
doesn't feel like
east.
she needs to get a lot of points here. Oh, that east is pawned by Hinata, just like you said. And maybe leaving a little bit of possibility to hedge the flush. Probably not.
Not tossing it. Like it's probably not going to happen, but it looks like she's willing to entertain the hope.
That's all I ask. I think Arisa will also be cheating any tiles that fit into her hand from now on. Once the hand is open, no reason to keep the rest of it closed.
Misses right now. What do we got? We got a 6.
All right, so that will be the 9 most efficient, especially for calling tiles. Now she can pawn the 6 or the 8, and probably even the 8 bamboo.
Yeah.
Oh, she can't. She has 4 of them. She can't pawn that, but she can use that as her. Never mind. Whatever I was saying was so obvious that it didn't even merit saying.
Looking to finish this up.
Hmm?
Hmm.
Reach. Discards the 1 dot is Suji to the reach declaration tile. But it's a terminal Suji, so it's less likely that to be a Suji trap than if you have like a 5. A 5 declaration tile. And also less likely to be a Suji trap than, say, maybe the 7 dot. That's Tenpai.
Right, that's Tenpai.
Arisawa in the north seat waiting for the 4-7 character. Goes up
Yes.
against the Riichi.
Oh, there's our 7-pin.
Ah, this hand with so much potential. But those 3 Dora are gonna go to waste now. Oh, definitely not her fault, but it's just one of those things when you start out with a hand with 3 Dora, and generally when I start with 3 Dora in my hand, I just have very low expectations of winning it. So much
True. It's
else
so
has to go right.
true. It's like, oh, now I have this responsibility to try to win, but I know nothing good's gonna happen here, and we're gonna push apparently. Oof.
So tiles to avoid are the 4-7 character and the 7 dot. Both of those deal into the Tenpai players right now.
And now we are Tenpai.
Mm.
And now 3-6 character is also dangerous.
So 3, 4, 6, 7 character and 7 dot, and Hinata is the only one who has any control over whether she can fold or not. All the other players are basically playing war. Just who draws it first or someone else's first.
Not
Of course, there
extending
are
that east.
3 7s there. And we can see some of the 6s already. So there's no 7s left. They're all in Riichi players' hands. That is a 4. That is definitely not coming out. Phew. So I think that might be just about all the... Is there another 4 in the wall? Maybe 1 more 4 character in the wall. Maybe 2.
Tough thinking.
No, I think a bunch of the 3 characters have already been discarded.
Oh,
That's
but
it.
there's
Deals
the 7 out.
in.
Deals in.
And Seto and just Riichi. Nothing else there. 1300, but 4 Riichi, 6 on the table. Oh wait, 1600, my bad. Should have triple in. Oh no, 1300 plus the... I was right! Sometimes I'm right. 1300 plus the continuance makes 1600. I'm totally professional.
That's a lot of numbers. And only an East third. I got a lot left to do. Nagata is the only player below 20k. Hinata and Seto are pretty decently up right now.
Yeah, below 20k, but still nobody else is above 30, so well within Mangan Sumo range of getting back into first place, or getting into first place for the first time today.
Pair of Dora, pair of Chun, looks like a fast hand.
Hey, if you're watching, please don't forget to hit the like button. There are less than half likes than there are current viewers.
Oh, another pair of... So the Dora are paired up on... Oh no, I'm sorry, that's the same hand. They just moved them. They relocated the Dora. They're not paired up everywhere, but it's going to be tough to get them out of people.
Yeah, Hinata has a pair, and I think Arisawa has 1 floating in there. Seto has a shoulder in the way.
Got 5-6. Starting to build some connections. 1, 2, 3 fills in.
Move your shoulder.
1, 2, 3 fills in.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and the 3, 4 is still there, open-ended.
5, 6, 7 fills in. Everyone's getting great draws. It's a fun time for everyone this hand.
I'm trying all of the open-endeds first, which is normal statistically to fill in the better weights first, but...
The 8 gets grabbed, so we're really hoping, I think, to snag that Chun and then just be done.
I think hopefully the director will mention to Seto pretty soon, stop putting your shoulder in the way. They do that sometimes.
The Wests get filled in.
Hinata's waiting to pull on that Chun. That's another backdoor Yaku that we were talking about earlier.
Oh, we have 1, 3, 5, 5, 6, 7. So maybe that Dora is not what we need, but that cuts all the value out of this hand.
Yeah, she does have the West. She's the West seat and has the West triple, but
Hmm.
yeah, decides that she'll use either pair up the Dora or maybe use the 5 characters as a pair.
Our Chun is being held on to. That's very interesting. I guess we might be worried the dealer has it.
Oh. There's
Mm,
4, 5, 6 option. Don't discard the 6 too quickly. And there comes
Chun,
the Chun.
which gets grabbed.
And Hinata now has her Yaku with the pair of Dora.
Yeah, so we're going to wait on that 1 mana, or we're going to wait on the Dora for even more value. Ah, there's a 3/5 that lets that fit into our hand.
That pairs up another. The 5 characters are now paired up in 2 different hands. Which is going to make things difficult for Seto here waiting for the 2/5 character.
Let's see. We got another 8, but we're going to let that go.
Yeah, I don't say just Nagata is just probably trying to find the timing where she's going to fold the hand because nothing is advancing for her and it's getting really late.
There's a Haku. Will it get grabbed? No.
Yeah, she doesn't have any value in the hand, and the shapes that would remain after pulling are just terrible. Oh, the 2 character filled in,
We're
which is good.
Tenpai.
Yeah, the 5 characters were all taken. Thing is, there's a 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku or Pinfu. She has to choose which one. Both of them.
Hmm.
Yeah, she chooses one. And a middleweight on the Dora for the
Dama
2, 3, 4
Pinfu.
Sanshoku is kind of rough.
A little bit aggressive, and the nice thing is a 6 is safe on the more threatening called hand. So someone might throw that 6-pin thinking they'll avoid.
Yeah, it would be really. It won't be worth very much, but probably it's. And she wants to. So the hand that worth the most value right here is the Poland with the 2 Dora. And Arisawa
Yeah.
might have seen that 2 dot and thought, okay, that's either Tenpai or very close to it. When you discard a tile next to the Dora, it looks like you're hanging on to it for sort of Dora acceptance.
Yeah.
So once you don't need it anymore, then the other players can read that your hand is pretty close to ready.
Here's another good fill. The 2 dot might be a fine thing to get rid of, but
Yeah, it just came out,
yeah,
and that's what she'll do.
good for structure. 8 mana goes. Chun goes.
If Seto can pull out this win, depending on who she wins from, if she draws, then she will put herself into first place, and if she wins from Hinata, she'll put herself into first place going into to East 4. Anywhere else, she'll stay in second place, but will be in a really good position going into her first dealership.
6s come out.
Oh, that's a nice fill-in, but she'd already discarded her 6 characters,
Yeah.
so she really
She's
had
already
that
said
would have
no.
been Senpai, yeah. And the 1 character deals in as well, so good job folding.
Oof. 4, 5, 6 spills, but we're not going to take it. Everyone's getting their
Yeah,
exciting fills now, but no one's feeling like it's time.
yeah, it was kind of too late for everybody, so They had
I
already
like that.
decided to fold and then gets the fills later.
That
Switching to
tiny
the 3-4-5.
walkover. Yeah, to give the option for the 3-4-5 Sanchoku. You know, if everything makes it.
Yeah, we know that there's 5 characters in everyone else's hands, but definitely those are the small value grabs that you need to hedge
Yeah.
while playing.
Yeah, it's those little things that only happen sometimes, but if you look for them and you take advantage of them, they can pay off.
And that will be it. I don't think Arisawa would deal in here. She's kind of, I think the west. Yeah, 2 bamboo just came out, 1 before. And that.
Yeah, it's the end of it all.
Oh, deal in at the last tile? Last tile.
Oh, with the 6, yeah.
So that would be 2,000 points. Was not expecting a deal in that late.
Oof.
But it was a
Yeah, I
dealer,
wasn't
and
thinking about it.
she was Tenpai as well, so holding on to her. I think she was Senpai issues.
Yeah, she would have held the
Yeah,
tempo.
she had the pair and the pawn.
But that puts Seto on top.
And that's where we were talking about. That's what she needed to get into first place to go into east 4. Sorry. Nothing can be decided because still Nagata is just out of Mangan Sumo range. But any win will put her within Mangan Sumo range, and the goal that we always talk about is to get into Mangan Sumo range by the last hand of the game, so that you have a chance at coming back into first place.
Is Nagata out of Mangan Sumo range?
Just barely 10. Oh, no. With Seto as dealer, she's not. She's within.
Yeah, with
Mangan
Seto as
Sumo
dealer,
range,
she's
right?
not. But if Seto's
Yeah,
not dealer, so in this hand,
right. That's what
in
we're
this
talking
hand,
about.
she can sneak it in. But do we feel like Nagata has a Mangan Sumo hanging out here? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so the goal for this hand would be to win kind of anything to keep within that Mangan Sumo range. You don't have to aim for the Mangan right away. Open-ended fill-in, kind of deciding maybe whether to hedge the... I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that looks for hedging flushes. You know, I figured out that as I got older and lazier, I went for flushes a lot more because it's just so easy to get value and also so easy to fold once you decide it's not going to work out. There is one pro I played with at the OE tournament, I think, JPML's OE tournament last fall, and he is kind of famous for almost always going for flushes. And I played with him, and he really, really does always go for flushes. And it's, you know, you can get a lot of value out of flushes, especially when you're in the rules like the OE tournament at JPML plays with no Ipatsu and no Uradora.
It's
So
actually a pretty
flushes
consistent value provider, yeah.
Yeah, really a lot of value.
The other interesting thing about flushes is when players react to it. Like, you can really jam everyone up once they're like, I can't deal a certain suit.
Yeah, and that means you can call and not even be that afraid that people are reading you. Just say, yep, read it and weep,
Yeah, it's like,
basically.
deal with it. Yeah, deal with it.
It's also one of my favorite reach moves. My reach sucks, but what are you going to do about it?
It's a strong play. Now the Dora are starting to appear for people.
It's such a hard Dora to use.
Yeah.
I know, whenever it's a 9, then that means the 8 is definitely the Dora indicator. And so it's really hard to fill in sequences around the Dora right there. Like in this hand with Hinata, she would have to get the 8. And Seto draws the 8, but decides she is still hedging the flush. She's going to go for either a flush or pair of Dora. to get her value. And I think that's a pretty common hedge when it looks like your weights in the other suits are pretty poor and you have a lot of one suit and then just one floating Dora. Then you say, okay, if the Dora pairs up, then I'll give up on the flush. But if it doesn't pair up, then we're going to get the 2-Han from the flush instead of the 2-Han from the pair of Dora.
Oh, we're just edging closer to that flush here.
Nagata's probably looking at possible Tanyao hand, but keeps the one so that
Oh, we get some
maybe a
Itsu
safe tile.
opportunity, but it's like a little late to start making Itsu here.
Did you guys listening notice that word? Oh, there's the Dora pair that we were talking about.
All right, put it together. There's some value.
Yeah, so now it's got to be efficiency because she is a dealer, so the north is not value for her. So she's got to think about what's likely to come in. There's a 3 bamboo on the board, so the 2-4 bamboo weight doesn't look that great, but since she does kind of look like a flush, she might think that a bamboo weight would be better, but decides to get rid of that weight.
No, just checking it.
Yeah, but does not hedge the possible open-ended stick.
That's 7 bamboo. Yeah, the 7 bamboo's got nothing going on.
Yeah, it'd be hard to use. There's 2 8s that she can see already, so would be hard to make things stick to it. And there's another 8. So nice. I don't have to worry about it anymore. And she was holding onto that 7 for a possible probably Tanyao hand, the inside hand, but
So gross because it's like 2 Dora is the same value as a flush, but you're not going to sit there and just throw 2 Dora one after another.
no,
But it
she's
looks like we're
gonna
hedging
hedge the,
Chichoy.
yeah, all pairs hand and
And that's is that a Dama right there? Let me double check here. This is not. This is Tempai. This is
is
Dama
waiting for
4-7, so
4-7. And I think she can't see any doors out, so
oh wow. Okay, so now are we gonna go for? No, we're not gonna go for Suanko.
I wonder what I would have done there.
Yeah, that's a. I mean, you could call it out to Toy Toy also. And now we're
Yeah,
gonna
it's just
reach.
one away from the.
Sumo Kitty and Sumo Kitty reach.
You were talking about counting hands in Suanko Ishanten.
I might have gone for it. I might have gone for it. Now this is also tricky.
Yeah, there's not very many Monzo on the board, so I guess it was hard to decide whether to give up on the 5-character acceptance or the 2-character acceptance.
Oh
And
wow.
decided to just keep both acceptances.
Should goes. Oh no! What? I mean, this is
Senpai,
still Sananko
Sananko.
Tenpai. It's still great,
Three Dora
but
and she's dealer.
dear lord. Oh, my heart.
Are there 9s out? I think that might have been the folder. There's
That might have been.
at least 1 9 out. Yeah, there were 2 9s on the board, so
Okay, so it was
so
known that it could never happen.
it was the
Well, no, it
best
wasn't
move.
never, but
There's a reason why she's there, not us.
it'd be at least Tenpai on the 6-9, but still, it's. Oy, my heart, my poor heart. It's always like the next draw too.
Yeah.
You know, it's never a mistake like way down the line. It's a mistake like tomorrow.
But still, winning this hand would be so
Oh, winning this hand's gonna be great.
massive. wondering how many two. I think most of the 2/5s are either out or in people's hands already.
Yeah, I think it's a tough hand to complete.
And Arisawa waiting for the 4/7. She had waited a few turns before. Oh, another. That is a winning hand, except for she doesn't have Yaku.
Oh wow.
Because it's the wrong side.
Yeah.
So she'll keep
Oh,
Tenpai.
another two in the hands of the enemy. But
There
sumo
it is.
anyway. Oh wow.
Sumo Sananko. Ichi, ni, san.
Dora-san. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
6,000 from each player.
Oh yeah, honey. A massive blow for Seto. Oof. Well, missed the Suanko Tenpai, but instead just won Dealer Hanemon. And that
Yeah, I mean,
changes
there's
the
nothing
face of
that
the
she
game.
has to come back from. There was no Yakuman conditions.
Yeah.
Still East 4, and this puts her in just an amazing position to take down the whole thing and so Heartland can move on to the final table.
Yeah. All she has to do, well, she has to pass the game on in a gentle way.
Yep.
And then just push it forward, see if she can finish it out. And now everyone else has to worry. How do they make up this deficit?
Yeah, Arisawa is going to be in a really rough position because if she can't get value soon, she only has one dealership left, and she's the next dealership, and then she has to deal with 3 hands with no dealership, so she needs to get value now or never.
Yeah,
Quite
the
literally.
game has just like immediately shifted gears from a fast knifey game into a game where everyone not Seto is really looking to how to build value. In and out.
Possible full straight here for Arisawa. That would get her some value that we are talking
Ooh,
about.
good fill on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow.
Nice Ishan 10.
Seto's hand is really crappy.
5, 6, 7 fill as well. Another Ishan 10.
Yeah, Arisawa looks like if there is anyone in a position to come back with this hand, it's definitely Arisawa, but Hinata's hand also starting to shape up possible pivot to a flush.
4, 5, 6 fills in.
5, 6, 6, 7 is the Nakabukure shape. As far as efficiency goes, it's more efficient than the 1, 2, 2, 3 shape. And this is the one that, I guess not.
Oh,
It's all
so many
pairs.
pairs. We got our Chitoi, and we're going to reach
Yeah.
it. How interesting. 9 pin's a good weight for Chitoi, but
Oh, triples up. Follow with the 2. 2 is Suji to one of the discards of the Reach player.
oh, there's a third
Ooh.
Haku.
I
This is
mean,
a
it
game
was,
of regrets.
yeah, with 2 pairs in other suits, it doesn't go to a flush, but afterwards, if you draw only tiles that would have made it a flush, it's frustrating.
Frustrating. This is a rough one here. What are we doing?
And 5 is Adora, so I think you want to discard something like the 6th character, which gives you 5, 6, 7, 8, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
Yeah,
weights.
that's probably the
Useful tiles.
Sanchoku opportunity is getting undermined here. Yeah, but that's probably the best deal.
Yeah, most efficient. Plus, you have the 7 the blockers with the 7 characters. So if you can't fold, then you got to do what's best for your own hand. And then it becomes: is it better to look for more value, or is it better to
This
go
is a
more
fold from
efficient.
Seto. Not surprised to
There
see
it
the fold
is.
from
There
Seto.
it
All right,
is.
we slam it. 5-8 pin.
Memping, Dora, possibly another Dora, and Ipeco. That was the
Ipeco,
value that
they
she
nail it, yeah.
needed if she can get it.
Well, let's see. We got 1-5 that's dead over here. We got 1-8 that's dead on the table. We got 3 8s that are dead. And 2 5s. So there's only there's 1 8 and 2 5s left in the world. I'm sorry, 3 5s. There's only one. There's 1 8 and 1 5 left in the world. So this is going to be a rough one.
Yeah, Hinata couldn't get rid of one of those 8s even if she wanted to, since she's already at reach as well. But also, Hinata's weights are, there's a pair in Nagata's hand. And where's the last 9 dots?
Must be in the wall.
I mean, now 9 dot is Suji, so it could come out from Nagata's hand when she's trying to defend against 2 reaches in the terminal Suji. Seems like it could, the 9 dot could come out.
But yeah, is it worth it?
The 9 dot looks better than the 8 bamboo does, I think, at this point. It goes with the 3.
Ooh.
So it completely breaks Tempai, but still just one away from another Tempai.
This is also pretty close to Tempai, this hand. But, like, not close enough to flirt with disaster here. Oh,
There's
no.
Tempai again and reads
Another
with 8
chase.
bamboo.
4-7 pin. Oh, dear. Oh, and there's that last 5.
Dot.
Oh,
Everyone's
no.
going fast, supersonic speed.
Yeah.
And Seto is the only one who is not Tempai. And probably won't Tempai by the end of the game. Yeah, so we will go into South 1, I think, after this hand. But who's going to get the points to go into South 1 with?
Yeah, I think Seto's core philosophy here is stay out of the way. And a sumo.
And the 4 comes. Nagata's the last one to reach wins the hand. Menpin Sumo Dora.
Budora.
1300
20. 26.
Yeah, 26.
Well, it's going to be 1427 because of
1 continuance.
All right, Nagata pulls herself over the 20K line. And now Arisawa's the one with the pressure on.
Yeah, and she had such a good comeback hand, but her weights were just stopped in other people's hands. Nothing you can do about that in this game.
No. This looks like some good shapes, if I'm right. We got space for the Dora. We got 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. We got maybe Ipeco, but some tough fills there. So 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku maybe.
Everything needs
fills
to
in.
fill in. Yeah, we need to fill in some of these middle weights to open ended are coming.
7, 8, 9 fills in. 6, 7, 8 fills in. All right, lots of fills.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. And another open-ended made in Hinata's hands. Shifts down to the open-ended. Keeping the 7, 7, 8, 9 shape is interesting. It's a really rough shape to work with.
I wonder if it's a hedge on Chitoi, but not quite enough pairs going on yet to make that. All right, moving towards Tanyo.
I think it was maybe a hedge towards a fleshy type of hand, but with open-endeds and the other suits, I wouldn't consider that likely. Although everybody here needs value except for Seto, so you might see some pushes towards flushes that you wouldn't see normally.
All right. We have Pinfu, maybe Sanshoku waiting on the 4-7. 4 side gets the 4-5-6.
A flush pivot.
It's a fast reach. Pretty good. Yeah, a lot of thinking to do here.
I think the reason why she kept the pair of sevens was in case she needed to use it as a pair. Then the 8-9 in the bamboos would be a decent discard, I think. Considering it's a terminal suji to the declaration tile, and the 8 is Gembutsu, so.
1. Okay, the 8's definitely safe. Ooh, we are pushing towards a flush here a little bit, but that Forso is kind of poisonous.
Yeah, too many difficult discards to actually get there, but
Yeah.
it does look like it's heading in that direction. The 4 bamboo would be
jeez.
that would be the more expensive deal in, and Seto basically
Seto, you
just
don't have
needs
to do
not
this.
deal in.
It's frustrating because it's whenever you don't have to do it that you get these hands, though.
And I think the biggest problem was that she didn't have any like Gembutsu, and all the dots keep like pairing and tripling up.
Yeah.
So that actually makes fewer safe tiles in the hand.
Bill's in that 5-6-7. Oh no, even more. Even more.
But she already discarded the 9 dots, so I don't think
Oh no,
she's
it's
gonna
over.
push
It's
for it.
over.
Yeah.
No, she threw the 5 on because it was hard safe at that point.
It's so deceptive to my eyes.
Oh my god. Now in this case, we know that the 4 bamboo is death, and so her holding it is smart and good, and her sticking to her fold is generally smart and good. Like it's all very smart and good. Here's a tempai though.
It's
What are
one
we
away.
taking? Well, we should be able to take it.
It's a 2, not a 3. No, it's a 2, not a 3, so it's 1 away from. Oh wait, no, that's a 3 and not a 5. I thought it was a 5. You're right.
Yeah, but she's not going to slam it. Yeah, it is a little bit of shame seeing this hand without those 9 pins, but as I was saying before, like it is the right move. Just got to play it safe.
I mean, she
Running
does have
after
1 dot early too. If she had kept that early 1 dot, then maybe she would have been going for the flush. But I don't know, because it's something that like all the other players would have to go for, but she does
I
not
think
have to.
she's just being smart. I got to be honest. Like she doesn't need it.
No, she doesn't at all. I'm just
Yeah.
wondering if she would have played it differently if she had that 1 dot still in the hand.
Oh, and we do slam. We slam a reach here for 6 pin only. And we see what we get. Yeah. Seto's in full fold now. Again, totally right call. There's the 7. And that
Yep.
deals in
Membindora. 3,900. Pick up those 2 reach sticks, one of which she had put out there.
and
It
now
goes into
Hinata's
South
in
2.
the better position. We're here in South 2. Still 24 behind 46 is a big deal. But Hinata does have a dealership to try to make even more headway.
Yeah, and remember that she can aim for second place, but she needs to be within 3,200 points of first player. So
5, 6,
basically, I mean,
7.
that's a really difficult thing to aim for until you get to the last sand.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be trying to go for first place. But Arisawa is in a really difficult position. She's really got to make value with everything now. She only has 3 times that she can win maximum left in the game.
Mm.
And with a 33,000 point difference, that means everything has to be at
Even
least
3
at the
Mangan
start, like
sumos
Mangan.
are
Yeah,
not good
Mangan.
enough.
3 Mangan Sumo would be, that would bring Seto down a little bit, so Sumo would be enough. But 3 Mangan wins on Roan would not be enough.
With 3 Mangan sumos?
That would
That's
be a,
24k for Arisawa, which would bring her up to 37.5.
and one of
It would
those Seto would have to be dealer, so it would be just barely enough, I think.
Huh?
Be 10,000, 10,000, and 12,000. Is that just barely not enough?
I think it's not quite enough.
Like
Was
1,000
there's
points not enough?
because Seto would only lose 8,000, 2, 2, and 4 to 38.4.
Yeah, it's just about 1,000 not enough.
Yeah,
You
this
are
would be
right again. You need
37.5.
at least one Hanemon.
I'm really good at losing, so I know exactly the point difference is needed to lose.
I always do the calculations like second to last hand. I'm very rarely doing such calculations third to last hand, but maybe I should start doing that.
1, 2, 3 fills in. Where are our Dora? Here's one, but it's hard to use. There's one nicely paired up for 2, 3. 6, 7, 8 fills in.
Arisawa does not have the value in this hand that she needs.
No.
Ideally, it would be, getting Hanemon now and then for a couple of Mangans, but alright, that's a possible Sanshoko with Adora. That would be a Mangan
Yeah.
hand. But can't call it to get enough value, which is why in Riichi Mahjong you see so much less calling than you do in other types of Mahjong.
Mm. Okay. Get rid of the pair of 9s. Keep the 2, 3 pin. Oof. One, 2, 3 fills. All those 1 men are dead now. So getting this Sanshoku is...
Yeah, maybe go for the 2, 3, 4 though still.
Yeah. Oh. We paired
Keeps
up
the
our Dora.
Ryankan. Yeah, and keeps the 4, 6, 8 Ryankan shape. Double gutty. I like calling it double gutty.
And now we have an extra Dora hanging out here. Got the one. Oh, wow. The last one.
Yeah,
Now we're
aiming
on...
for one of the 2 1 dots that she can't see, which one of them is in Nagata's hand.
So that'll be Riichi Pinfu Dora at minimum, potentially Sanshoko on top of it.
And the last one that is in the wall somewhere.
And a chase. 3-6 mon.
And I got that as dealer. We'll push. That extra reach stick almost brings Arisawa within the 3 times Mangansumo range. We're down to like a few hundred points difference, maybe. Oh, is it within? I can't do math.
With the extra reach stick, I think it works out. Oof, all these 4s. Sumo on the 1,
Oh,
yes!
Shit, Menpin Sumo Sanshoku Dora. That's the Hanemon that she needed.
That
is
is
exactly what she
needed.
Plus the
Beautiful.
extra reach that gives her some breathing room.
14,000, 1,000 of her own, another back. Brings her up to 26, sets her down to 43. And with 2 hands left in the game, Nagata's in a bad way now.
That's why you learn how to build value in the hand and not just straight efficiency.
It's true.
Wow.
It's true. Seto's still in a commanding position, but with Hinata as dealer and Arisawa having closed the distance, there's vulnerability there. Double Dora for Seto.
We're at 16,900 point difference.
Yes. For Arisawa.
So, yeah, so maybe just get another Hanemon and call it a day.
Yeah, just grab another Hanemon. That's what I do whenever I'm like, how am I going to win this game? And I'm like, oh yeah, let's get a Hanemon.
Yeah, just get Hanemon.
Just get a Hanemon. People think Mahjong's hard.
Yeah, this sand does not look like Hanemon, but to be fair, the last sand also did not at the start and definitely developed into the Hanemon, so.
Got a 7-8 fill in here.
Would also be okay with Arisawa if Hinata would continue as dealer for a hand or two, and as long as Arisawa was not the one dealing in. Oh, and Nakata is trying to... Yeah, Itsu, and also I think I see a Sanshoku opportunity. Let me
789 Sanshoku opportunity there.
Right, yeah. That is...
I probably want to hold that because I want my pair if the Itsu comes through. So probably the Huts is what has to go here.
It's almost a golden one away. The golden Ishanten shape is where you're 1 away for both full straight and Sanshoku. It's not 1 away for Sanshoku, but it's 1 away from the full straight.
Yeah, there's no other pair. 5-6 upgrade, looking good. Ooh, all right, south can go.
Pairs up for Arisawa. I think that we're going to see her just reach with whatever she tempais with the...
Oh, we take the 1, we throw the 8. Why are we keeping the 1 so over the 8? I'm curious. Is it because it's safer? Maybe.
There's a 1 character. That would have been the golden 1 away.
Yeah, I was going to say that would have been that golden Tenpai.
But what is she afraid of? I guess maybe
she's really worried about something.
It might be that since she discarded the 8, maybe she might just be trying to fold out because she doesn't really have a shot at getting into first place.
Hold on. It could be that she's like, it is.
Oh, Junchan.
It's Junchan or nothing.
All right, I like it.
I respect her dedication to that. I mean, it's true. She needs the value. She's got to get it. So like Junchan Sanshoku becomes the exact value she needs. And a Haku gets grabbed by Seto being like, I'm tired of this madness. Maybe I can just shut all this down.
All right, this is a more like a wider probably one away for Arisa. She has a lot of choices between different wide weights.
There's that 7 though, and
Still
Seto
stands for
shuts it all
Seto.
down. For a simple
I think it was Dora Dora.
Dora, yeah, that was Haku Dora, so that's 3,900. And that,
That'll bring us into the last hand where Seto really just has to say no 10.
yeah, just lose. Just gently and carefully fail to win so that the game slips away and locks in her victory. And everyone else is in a really tough spot.
Yeah, so everyone else is looking to get within 3,200 points of Seto at this point. First place or within 3,200 points of first place is going to be the same result. So
24-7 between Arisawa and Seto, which is bigger than Sanbaimon.
Yeah, maybe a Hanemon direct hit would be enough.
Hanemon direct hit. Sanbaimon Sumo would do it. But yeah, Hanemon direct hit with a reach stick on the table would do it. With someone else's reach stick on the table would do it.
I'm just going to take a minute to calculate those out. And Hinata is basically the same conditions. She's only 1,400 points less than Arisawa, so most of the hands that would get Arisawa into within 3,200 points of first place will also get Hinata within that range.
We have our commentary panel saying something here.
Yeah, they're letting the players calculate a bit, and usually I cut this out, but I didn't this time.
All right, well, our players get...
We have Yamai in the middle, first ever World Reach Championship champion, and also won the anniversary event last fall. On the right is Tsutsui-san. He's always doing the commentary for, he was doing the entire Yukon Fuji Cup and now also the Sankei Shimbun Cup. He's the only one that's always in the commentary booth for these events. And Yamai is a guest for the playoffs. And or the finals, I guess, semifinals and finals. We're doing semifinals right now.
Very cool.
And then there's always usually one player from one of the teams that jumps into the booth, and the player changes every time. I've been in the booth as well as a player.
It's always interesting. All right, looks like everyone's getting themselves set.
They might be telling them their conditions as well because they want good broadcasts, so they often tell the players what they need to aim for. You have to have a lot of trust in the person telling you, of course. If you don't, so you really need to be able to do the calculations yourself and not
just rely on them.
What's told to. Yeah, I think in JPML, even if you're told your conditions, if what you were told was incorrect, the numbers will still stand. It won't depend on what you were told. It will depend on what the actual numbers are.
I think that's the only right way to do it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not good, but I don't know if there's any other fair thing to do. You can't just be like, oh, well, the points were like this, but someone said that, so.
I mean, yeah, I've only seen players told what their conditions are for broadcast tables specifically. If it's not a broadcast table, I haven't seen it. any
Oh.
officials tell the players what they need.
Arisawa has a pair of that Dora Dragon, but that's not enough to get really over the top to the value needed.
I'm just gonna go for a Kokshi.
Oh, Kokushi Dora too.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tough one.
She needs some. I mean, I guess probably would just have to make the Hanemon.
You gotta stack something on top
Looks
of
like
that, so maybe you gotta flush.
Hmm.
It does look like, oh, it's like half Kokushi, which is really frustrating.
I think Nagata has looked at her hand and realized it's not going to get what she needs, so it's probably the other two players going for it. Seto is just folding from the beginning, and it makes her hand look like Kokshi as well. 'cause- Okay, so Arisa is definitely not
So
going for Kokshi.
I think Arisawa's gonna try a flush on top of the huts, if possible.
Hinata also needs to make basically a Hanemon to try and win it off of Seto, but I mean Seto's folding, so it's better to try and make the
All right.
draw. I think
We got that 6, 7, 8 filled in. Like, this is actually doable.
Baimonsumo is actually enough to get into second place with close enough range.
It should be good.
Yeah. So the two players should be going for Baimonsumo.
Oh, what's
She
that?
might have it. Double south. Double
Ah,
south. Hatsu, Dora, San.
1, 2,
Points. It would
3,
be a
4, 5,
Baimon.
6, 7, 8. Yeah. Called or not.
And she
Yeah,
will
those
discard
nine
the
have to go.
9 for the flush. There we go.
It's gotta go.
Also, Riichi Chitoi Hoitsu Sumo would be enough.
1, 2, 3, 4,
With the
5, 6,
Tudora.
7,
Yeah.
8, 9. Yeah, that does it.
Does she even need reach? Chitoi Hoitsu Dora Dora Tsumo. She doesn't even need to reach if she can get that.
All right. So Arisawa seems to have a path to victory. Seto's path to victory is just to chill out and hope victory happens. Hinata... What's up with Hinata? Nagata just doesn't seem to have a hand that has what she needs in it.
Yeah, maybe she's also kind of aiming Chitoi-ish. She has 2
Hinata's
Dora.
looking at Shanta.
Or she has 1 Dora that she can pair up, I mean.
Let's see here. This
But also,
looks like...
Nagata, even if she folds, she doesn't only want to uh, not win. She also doesn't want to deal in to somebody else
Yeah, to
while
like
she's
make them
folding.
win. Oh,
Yeah,
this
this
is a
looks like
Sanshoku
Shanta.
Chanta?
Could be almost Junchan.
Yeah.
And pair up the 1 character, draw 1 bamboo.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, do you want to throw the 3-mon and just hope for the Junchan upgrade, or do you throw the 1-mon back? Because I feel like you don't need... Or do you lock in with a 1-3-mon for the Chanta and get rid of the 2-3 bamboo? Okay, we're going to give our Junchan upgrade a chance.
Yeah, it's 1 away for the Chanta Sanshoku.
Oof.
And now it's 2 away for Junchan Sanshoku.
But now the other 2 Hatsas are in enemy hands, which means they're probably not coming out. I don't see why Nagata would just throw it, given that she doesn't have a chance of making it out of here alive. And I don't see why Seto would ever throw it.
It's so tense.
Ugh. Yeah, it's like everyone's desperately trying to make something happen. And it's really rough. God, and like any good flush, as soon as we've committed to the flush, we will never draw a tile of that suit again.
I hate how science works like that.
Yeah. Oh no. Poor Arisawa. It's just rough times. And because no one else is getting momentum, no one else is being forced to throw out some of the tiles she'd be looking for. The South and the Hots are never coming out from Seto.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's a flush draw. It doesn't get the Chitoitsu. Nitoitsu. Double known. Hatsu Hatsu. That would be enough. Even if the Hatsu is not triple. But she can't pawn south and there's like 2 draws left.
Yeah, there's no time unless she gets some incredibly good draws.
Oh, it's
That's
so
one.
close. That's
Yeah.
east and not a south. This
Nope.
is I need to play in the other seats, like in Nagata's position here. You
Nora,
can't stop
Nora.
playing, but you can't even try and go for tenpai, basically. And that is it.
Literally nobody 10-5. The game ends as is. A desperate race
Heartland
to
will
see if we
move
can make
on.
value. Seto with 47-3 advances.
Yeah, and we didn't include the Uma in these. Oh, she's
There we
so
go.
happy.
I was gonna say.
I mean, you have that even if it's yourself, then you're happy, but this is a team competition, so you know your team is counting on you and you came through. It's just really, really happy day.
So Heartland will advance. Very cool. Excellent
Heartland
game.
will advance and Fusion will take the
wild card.
There it is.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
Fusion
sorry.
will
All serious.
No, oh wait, this is wrong.
Oh, it's backwards. Okay. All serious wins table V and Fusion is a team getting the smallest gap to first.
Yeah, Yamawaki from the All Series team took first place at table B. So Fusion will take the wildcard spots.
Very
and
cool.
Heartland will move on, and Three Arrows Channel will move on. So that's our final table for tomorrow. The 4 teams, and there will be
Super
3
exciting.
games.
So it's a 3-game series.
3 games, and yeah, winner takes all. Basically, there's not really a prize for second place. So we will have our championship team announced tomorrow on the broadcast. Same bat time, same bat channel.
All right, gotta fight to the top then.
Yep, and I will go play League today. You have more teaching to do?
And fight to the top yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna be teaching for the rest of our session, which is about an hour and a half left.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, get more and more Reach players, more and more WRC channel viewers. Everyone, please tell your friends and make sure to tune in tomorrow for Chiral Tips, Korak, and Dave. I am Jen, and thank you guys for watching.
Thank you all for joining us. See you guys tomorrow.